playing. I'm serious, by the way. That's how bad I was. They just needed bodies to go around and do the formations. There were about half a dozen of us who were so god-awful that he said, Mr. Lynn, and he said, don't play. Please don't play. In any case, you've got these kids, and this is a great program. And, you know, when you have crappy instruments and you give it to a kid for the semester, I mean, they break. And it used to be 60 technicians working in the Office of Instrument Repair. Now there are 11 repairing instruments for all of the kids in school who take music. And the film is called The Last Repair Shop. And what happened is, as a result of The Last Repair Shop being made into a documentary, a crowdfunding campaign has been established. Now, this is the one that, this is a stat that I want to share with you, and it's kind of stunning. We read about crowdfunding. The guy loses his taco stand on the street. Someone destroys it or steals it. The taco stands can cost $8,000-$10,000, and for an immigrant, probably illegal, but it doesn't matter. Even legal, buying one of those, if you're poor, which a lot of people are poor, that's a big deal. That's a big deal. And they end up, in this one, the poor guy ended up losing it. So crowdfunding, $250,000 for an $8,000 taco stand, a little cart. I mean, once these things go viral, it explodes. So how many people watched the Oscars this year? I think, what is it, 25 million, Amy? Something. 19.5 million. Okay, so let's say 19.5 million people. That's a lot of people. And you have a film like this that pulls at your piano strings, heartstrings, harp strings. That's pretty good. In any case, I'm just rolling with this. And it was, so you figure how much money they could possibly raise, because crowdfunding, I mean, this film, Oscar, is just heartbreaking, riveting that these people repair instruments, and it's only one school district. It's the only largest school district in the country that has a department like this. So if you had to guess, and I'm going to ask Amy, I'm going to ask Neil, how much money do you think this raised so far on crowdfunding? What would you think, Amy? If you know the answer, don't say.
I don't know the answer. I'm going to say $1 million.
$1 million. Neil?
I was going to go a little lower. I was going to go to like 500,000.
Okay. $24,000. That's it. And that pays for one half of one salary of one person that they could hire. So let's say they go from 11 people and 112, the 12th person starts working and is fired on July 1. You never know, do you? Does that mean I'm going to donate? If I had an instrument, I would donate it. And I did, by the way. That trumpet that I had, I donated to the school.
Why don't they just say that they lost their taco cart?
You know, you're right. No, you're right. It's absolutely true. All right, coming up. So that was a great story. And it's really depressing. Okay, your doctor's office. You have an appointment, and how many spams, phone calls, texts do you get? Emails? Hey, you got a doctor's appointment in 2 weeks, in a week, tomorrow, today at 3 o'clock, at 2 o'clock, today at 3 o'clock, 15 minutes from now. I'll explain why that's happening, and that's new, and it is so troubling and miserable when you hate it. And that's coming right up. Amy Kane, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Chef Bruno Serrato of the Anaheim White House has served his 10 millionth meal to hungry children in Southern California. Chef Bruno says he couldn't have done it without his mother, who started the mission nearly 20 years ago.
I'm lucky to have a mom like this. But the sheer
she was here next to me, and she's looking at me today, and I look at her and say, thank you, Mom, because she gave me something that nobody else could give me.
Chef Bruno invited and fed 150 kids from Anaheim to celebrate yesterday's 10 millionth meal milestone. Bruno received the 2024 U.S. Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award for his humanitarian work. To support Katarina's Club and help feed kids, you can visit katarinasclub.org. News brought to you by Service Champions. A new Department of Homelessness has been proposed for Los Angeles.
Veronica Rodriguez represents part of the San Bernardino Valley, said a variety of violent action by the city and other agencies is too siloed with not enough communication and too much overlap. She said the Department of Homelessness wish the mayor and council would streamline those efforts. The issue will be taken up first by the council's homelessness committee. The motion follows various questions from city and county leaders over where and how money is being spent to address homelessness. Michael Boats, KFI News.
A worker trapped under a forklift at the Port of Los Angeles has died. Firefighters were called late yesterday morning to berth 270. When crews got there, the man was already dead, and work began to recover his body. New York Attorney General Letitia James says she'll move to collect on former President Trump's civil fraud judgment if he fails to secure the cash by next week.
If he does not have funds to pay off the judgment, then we will seek judgment enforcement mechanisms and we will ask the judge to seize his assets.
Trump's lawyers say he has been unable to come up with enough cash to secure the bond for his judgment. They say $464 million in bond is a practical impossibility. Trader Joe's has recalled some of its cashews in 16 states, including California, because of concerns of salmonella contamination. The potentially affected products can be identified by the country of origin, SKU number 37884, or lot numbers found online. The company says customers are being encouraged to return the cashews for a full refund. Long Beach has kicked off its annual Walk to School Week. City health officials say yesterday marked the start of the week, meant to highlight the benefits of physical activity while also emphasizing pedestrian safety and easing traffic congestion near schools. The theme this year is Walking with Sunshine, and students are asked to wear bright-colored or reflective clothing so they're more visible to drivers. We'll check some problems on the 210 with the KFI in the Sky next.
Bad breath is no fun. I mean, I had breath that could fell off the horse. And so people around me, they hate me anyway, but at least now I have clean breath. Not that it matters, but I have clean breath. And I'll tell you why. Zellman's minty mouth mints. Now, it's not just a mint. Those are easy to get. It's breath freshener. And it's a little capsule that you swallow. Clinically tested against the toughest offenders, even garlic and onions. You pop 2 or 3 in your mouth, and you suck on the minty coating, and then it goes in your mouth, and you swallow the capsule. And then it starts to work in your gut. And bad breath can be caused, and usually is by the food you eat. And so you get fresh, clean breath that lasts for hours. You also bite into the networks. And it doesn't just cover up your bad breath, it cleans your breath. And I use them all the time. Money back guarantee. If you use it, free shipping if you order 3 packs or more. I know you're going to want more. And I've known the folks behind Zellman's for over 30 years. So go to Zellmans.com, Zellmins.com. 15% off when you use the code KFI at checkout. Zellmans, Zellmins, Zellmans.com.
Southland weather from KFI. Mostly sunny this afternoon with highs in the low to mid 70s for most areas, 60s in the high desert with a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms. Morning clouds, afternoon sun tomorrow and Thursday. Highs will be in the 60s to mid 70s. Partly cloudy, a little bit cooler on Friday. Then mostly cloudy for the weekend with highs mainly in the 60s and a chance of rain on Saturday evening. It's 51 in Garden Grove, 51 in Huntington Beach. We've got a crash in Pasadena on the 210.
The 210 is kind of a problem child right now. The 210 eastbound. As you make the curve there, you come to the 134. We've got a semi that hit a couple of vehicles. And there's some pretty bad damage to those vehicles. So that's the eastbound side of the 210, right where it meets the 134 in the heart of Pasadena. We're looking at slowing on the westbound side of the 210, getting away really from the Rancho Cucamonga area. It's pretty slow from the 15 all the way on out through San Antonio Heights. You get a little brake ride in San Dimas, then it's on the brakes again through Azusa, then into Arcadia. So expect delays there. Just a reminder, Cahuenga Boulevard, which is basically the extension of Ventura Boulevard there in Universal City, is shut down. They're working on mopping up early morning fire at the Baked Potato Jazz Lounge. So that is a bit of a bummer, and it's a bummer for your drive as you're trying to get through there as an alternate to the 101. Southbound 405, pretty slow there, getting away from Roscoe Boulevard down to Sunset Boulevard. That looks like off 405 southbound right before Terminal Bay. We had a little rear end accident there in lanes. But even beyond that, it is slow all the way down into West LA. Will Colts driver, KFI in the sky.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. If you have a problem, call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. Can you read me some of the messages that days or weeks?
Alright, so one message. I saw your post and I about threw up and had an emotional breakdown at work today. I am another number on that list. Fall 2011 after a weeknight discotheque party. Hi there. I'm not quite sure what to write or how much to write. For me, it was the fall of 2020. I was 21 years old and went to Spain to intern for the company for 6 months. And there's another one that says, one thing I kept coming back to was that I wish I'd said something. Wish I could go back in time and explain to myself that this wasn't okay and that I had every right to speak up. Thank you for having the courage to come forward and help the rest of us find some healing.
From WBEZ Chicago, I'm Candace Mattel-Kahn. A new season of WBEZ's investigative series, Motive.
You know, at this point, we're not just waiting for the second woman or the third woman. Often our culture is waiting for the 30th woman or the 35th woman before the first woman is recognized as having any credibility.
This is a story about years of silence, how it was broken, and the young women trying desperately to get justice.
I definitely want him to go to jail for a very long time. I want him to be, locked up for the rest of his life.
I really want him to get a sentence, and I really want him far away from girls.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
The Daily Calendar.
Today, March 19th.
Hey everyone, it's the first day of spring. Today's National Poultry Day.
We're going to have to wing it.
I hear you. It's Red Nose Day. Shout out to Rudolph.
And Tom Wayne Gacy.
It's National Backyard Day, where you can go relax with some chocolate caramels because it's their day also. Happy birthday, Bruce Willis, Super Bowl champ coach Andy Reid, actors Glenn Close, Dodger pitcher Clayton Kershaw.
And that's your daily calendar.
From KFI AM 640.
I'm sorry that you love me. Change my mind.
KFI AM 640 handle here. It is a Tuesday morning, Taco Tuesday, March 19th. And, big news yesterday. Former President Trump unable to meet that $464 million bond that had to be put up after he was convicted of overstating his assets for loans, insurance policies, etc. And at that point, the public was told, oh yeah, he's got the money, no problem. Not quite. So that's going up to the appeals court. Now, it is something we're all dealing with. I mean, we are spammed beyond spammed. It drives me nuts. There are times when I get 3 spam calls within 10 minutes. I want to throw the phone through the window. And I sometimes I answer them hoping there's a person on the other end that I can screw around with because I love screwing with people. But usually it's, I pick up the phone, I go on the answer, the answer little plug, little icon, and nothing. And I'll go, hello, and they hang up. When I don't answer and there's a message left every single time, it's hello on the other side. And it's driving me nuts. So what's going on in the world of medicine? Well, we are hounded, on top of all that, we're hounded with appointment reminders by text, robocall, email, online patient portals. Now, for years, we've had doctors and dentist offices leave voicemails once saying, heads up, you got an appointment coming up, but now we are flooded with reminders of upcoming appointments, warnings of cancellation penalties. Why? Because there's such financial pressures on these practices, because more and more people are ghosting them. And why? Because you need appointments way in advance in order to get an appointment. And that means that you're getting text after text coming up, you have an appointment in a week, and we just tend to ignore it. It becomes spam. And you get spam notifications, texts, emails from all manner of platforms, and because they don't talk to each other. So you're completely inundated. You have one platform that tells you 3 times you have an appointment coming up. Another platform they use tells you 2 times. One tells you got one in half an hour coming up. One says 15 minutes. Don't forget tomorrow. It's driving everybody completely nuts. There's a company called ZocDoc that provides 1 or 2 of these. Well, it has its own platform. And the CEO said, man, you've got to coordinate this, and this is what we're working on. So ZocDoc, assuming that only ZocDoc is used, 3 reminders when they schedule a visit. A week before, the day before, 3 hours before. And even that may be too many. And it is. Boy, you talk about a difficult situation to be one. It's a lose-lose. They're sending you these texts, and they're sending you this sometimes robocalls, and as I said, emails, all manner of communication. They don't want you to ghost it. But the more in advance you have to make an appointment, the greater the chance you're going to cancel. Even if you legitimately cancel. We're not just talking about ghosting and not show up, but just canceling. And that is, you cancel the day before, you cancel 2 days before. Well, do they have? How many times have you said, "I'll take a cancellation," and you're told that half an hour before, and you drop everything, and that's the only way you can deal with these folks. It's the only way you're going to see a doctor within a span of time. Also, patients hate this because these are platforms that are part of big companies like ZocDoc, and are they sharing with a wide range of doctors and databases and some total strangers that have access to this? Are they sharing medical information that you think is going to be private? I just got into that, and I got paranoid because I had an appointment to go to the doctor, and I got an email saying, hey, your appointment for dealing with that open shaker on your scrot is coming up in a day. And I got email after email and text after text, and it drove me completely crazy. I want to scream, it's none of your business. I want to keep that quiet. I don't want the world databases to know I have that problem.
No, you want to save it for your very extremely #1 popular radio show.
I was just making an example.
Sure you were. Then why are you showing it to me on Zoom?
Well, because it's, I'll tell you, it's like a Gorbachev, what do you call it?
Is that the continent of...
Yeah, it looks like Antarctica, doesn't it? Okay, I think we're done with that. Fair enough. And by the way, this is legitimately a pain in the ass. But that's another one. We're going to deal with your hemorrhoids, and the world knows about it. All right, we're done. Interest rates are supposed to go down, maybe not. And let me tell you, the fallout, the backlash on this one, such political aspects of this. I don't remember when the Fed, what they're going to do has this profound an influence politically, and I'll explain. And also, what we pay for prices and the economy in general. That's coming up. KFI AM 648. Amy King live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
A federal judge in LA could soon mandate a court-ordered independent audit of LA's spending on homeless services. The judge heard from LA Mayor Bass yesterday, who promised to be more transparent about what the city spends on homeless issues. The judge says $600 million was spent in the years before Bass took office without proper accounting. A law in Texas allowing local police to arrest anyone they believe is in the country illegally is back on hold. The Supreme Court allowed the temporary stay of the law to expire, but moments later extended it, citing a new filing challenging the law. Opponents say that only the federal government can enforce immigration law. The NBA championship ring Kobe Bryant gave to his father is being auctioned off. The 14-karat gold ring is a copy of the ring Bryant received for the Lakers' 2000 NBA championship. That was his first one. The ring has 40 diamonds, the Lakers logo, Bryant's name, and his number at the time, 8. The high bid as of this morning, $94,000. The auction ends March 30th. We'll check some problems in Pasadena with the KFI in the Sky next.
If you were selling your house a year and a half ago, man, that was easy peasy. I mean, you would list the house, and 10 minutes later, you started getting offers, and you sold the house usually for more money than you asked for. Well, those days are gone. Interest rates have gone through the roof. I'm going to talk about that next segment, too. And so the number of people qualifying for purchasing your home just has shrunk, dramatically. So let me tell you an easy way to sell your house, and that's with directbuyers.com. I'll tell you what doesn't happen with directbuyers.com. You're not listing, you're not paying commission. You're not cleaning or painting or repairing, and you're not going to have prospective buyers come through, and you can't even be there, and you have to live a faultless, sparkling life in terms of you still being a slog. And so with directbuyers.com, it's very different. First of all, no commission. Nobody even walks through your house. You get a fair price. You get paid in cash within 10 days or less. You can get a $15,000 cash advance before closing. They'll never lowball you. That's an easy way of doing it. DirectBuyers.com, DirectBuyers.com. Call 844-242-SELL, DirectBuyers.com.
Mostly sunny with a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms this afternoon. Highs in the upper 60s to mid-70s. This report brought to you by Staples Stores. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. Let's go out to Pasadena. There's a crash on the 210.
Off to the right shoulder, it's the eastbound side of the 210 freeway right there at the 134 where there's tunnels that you kind of go through. Everything's off on the right side, but it is slow from East Mountain Street on the eastbound side of the 210. That's going to cost you a little bit of time. Also looks like it's going to cost you some time to get westbound on the 91 right there before the 55. We have a stall in lanes, and that's quickly backing up traffic through Anaheim Hills. It is slow from Weir Canyon again as you head westbound there on the 91 freeway. Also, last check, we're about to check it again. Cuenca Boulevard shut down there in Ventura in a very busy part of Studio City, Universal City, right there on the edge there. People use that to get into Hollywood, and definitely slowed because of an early morning fire there off of Cuenca Boulevard. Also, one more thing for you, that we still have a full closure of Topanga Canyon from the top of the canyon all the way down to the beach. Both sides still shut down, adding extra traffic to both the eastbound 101 out of Oakland Hills and the southbound 405 out of Van Nuys. Will Colts driver, KFI in the Sky.
Me and my pet, we share everything. The bed, the couch, our favorite blanket, but not fleas and ticks. Because I protect him with Nextar, the fastest acting 30-day flea and tick topical. Because when you're this close, every minute counts. Don't give fleas and ticks time to cozy up to you and your pet. Keep your shared moments special and protect what matters with Nextar. Shop Nextar Flea and Tick Protection now, online and in store.
That's a skill comparison for dog formula only based on label claims from Nextar Flea and Tick Topical for dogs and other leading dog topical brands. Date on file.
Less than 10% of kids in America get enough fiber, but my kids do. Because
Metamucil.
delicious Metamucil Kids Fiber Gummies help boost fiber intake with 5 grams of plant-based fiber per serving.
Metamucil.
That's as much as 2 cups of broccoli, and they have no added sugar.
I want Metamucil.
Metamucil Kids Fiber Gummies. Here you go, honey. Use as directed. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
At Discount Tire, we know your time is valuable. Get 30% shorter average wait time when you buy and book online. Did you know Discount Tire now sells microwaves? Check out our current deals at discounttire.com. Or stop in and talk to an associate today. Discount Tire.
Let's get you to UK.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Music Forward is a beacon of hope for young talent to follow their dreams of entering the music and live entertainment industry. We are dedicated to empowering the next generation, inspiring creativity, and driving positive change in the dynamic world of music and live. We set the stage for success for young people nationwide by providing opportunities to explore careers, prepare, and secure placement in your dream occupation. Check out our scholarships open now through March 31st. Learn more at musicforwardfoundation.org. Rock on.
You know that Big Burger detergent jug is 80% water, right?
80% water.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Ooh, pass me the intercom thing.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods.
Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Save on Tide at Target with a Target gift card. Restrictions apply. Terms and conditions apply to gift cards. For details, go to help.target.com/help.
This should take better care of that diabetes.
I know, but needles scare me, and blood tests hurt.
Then try Numbstat.
What's Numbstat?
Numbstat's a prep pad that can help you avoid needle stick pain and fear. Just rub it on for 60 seconds first.
Our name says it all. Numbstat, anesthetic and fast acting. NUMSTAT. Available at Walgreens.
Numbstat really worked.
At My Great Clip Salon, I get to use my skills as a stylist to make customers look and feel great. When you sit down in my chair, it's important to me to listen to what you want. And when your haircut's done, I'll save your details and clip notes so you can get the look you love at any Great Clip Salon, anywhere you are. Seeing customers light up at the end of their cut. That's what I love about my job. I'm Katie, and I'm a Great Clip Salon stylist.
Join the salon team. Visit jobs.greatclips.com.
That's while you were doing your civic duty to go vote, there was one woman in line who just annoyed the life out of everyone because she had a chair with her.
I think you're just jealous that you didn't think of it.
To me, that looks anti-American.
Well, Kelly,
I'm just here. Votes count the same. Okay, she's just resting. Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI.
and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
And this is KFI AM 640. Bill Campbell here. On a Tuesday morning, March 19th, Tech Tuesday coming up, Taco Tuesday all day, and what are we looking at? Prices of the pump are rising. We'll do that story about right now. And former President Trump unable to meet a $464 million bond in a civil fraud case in New York, and that's a little problematic for the former president. Can't meet the bond. Which means the AG may go forward and will to seize his properties. Oh, that's good news. Okay, the Fed meets a couple of 3 times a year, and the Fed establishes the benchmark interest rates, what the banks borrow for basically overnight borrowing, and roughly mortgage rates and credit card interest is based on that, and bank interest whenever you borrow any money, and it kept on rising to where interest rates are, well, twice as what they have been, certainly in the mortgage rate of the world. And that's because when inflation hits, when it's too hot, the economy is too hot, the Fed controls it. They walk this very thin line. When the economy is really soft, they lower interest rates to get things moving. When inflation is too high, they lower interest rates. So too slow, they raise interest rates. Do I have that right? Too slow, I always get confused with the two. I'm conflating, but I think you get the idea. And so they're meeting again. They were going to cut interest rates because they've been going up, I think, 8-9 times in a row. 8-9 times they've met. So everybody is sitting back and going, oh boy, we're going to look at lower interest rates, which means mortgage rates go down, credit card rates go down a little bit. You've got your car loans going down. It just makes life easier. Bonds are easier to sell. Stocks are easier to sell. So now we're hearing from the Fed, not so fast. Not so fast. Inflation is higher than was anticipated. They want under 2%. It's at 3.5%. And so the Feds are saying, you know what, you got to wait. In the meantime, how does this translate? Oh, man, on the political front, inflation is still rising more than it should. What an attack on Joe Biden. It's an easy attack. It's because it's Biden's fault, and this is from any anti-Biden person. He is ruining the economy, even though the president has no influence on the Fed. It's an independent agency, even though the president, he assigns people. He's the one that, in fact, selects the people on the Fed. But then they become independent. And so the president is, and rightly so, is given the credit, or he is blamed for whatever happens. Economy is good, president gets the credit, at least in his world. And if the economy is bad, he gets nailed, not in his world. And that's what we're looking at right now. And that is, he is praying the interest rates go down. His detractors, opponents, are praying that interest rates either go up or they remain the same. And since we are anticipating, or have anticipated, the interest rates either being cut, actually, they're not. And the Fed's saying, hey, it's going to happen, just have a little patience. Well, inflation is already hit. Even though inflation, let's say, is going to be zero, we evened it out. The prices have already exploded. I don't go out to dinner nearly as much as I used to. I just won't pay those prices. I'm just not, even though I can afford it, I am not going to pay $1,800 for a burger. $1,800 for a burger. I won't do it. Remember when it used to be that the only place you would pay $15 for a burger is at a high-end steakhouse? And you would gulp and go, oh. Now, you go to McDonald's and you're going to pay $15. Actually, that's not true. What do you pay for a Big Mac meal at McDonald's, or a quarter pounder, if they still have those?
They do have quarter pounders. They have double quarter pounders.
Okay, what do you pay for that? Or a double Whopper or a single Whopper? Actually, probably a double Whopper is the same as one of those steakhouse burgers.
You're not getting anything for under $5, $7 these days.
Yeah, well, what was the other day? I went to the King's Fish House. Great place. I love it. They have a burger. Even though it's a fish restaurant, they have a burger. It's $17. Wow. You now go to a high-end steakhouse that also has burgers. It's in the 20s for a burger.
A Big Mac is between $6 and $7.
I mean, that's just crazy. So I do my own. I grill my own at home with meat that's already expired. You can
you said you grew your own.
What?
I thought you said you grew your own. In the latest story, and let's see, what was this? Fox Business .com. They priced a Big Mac combo at nearly $18. So that's a burger.
Where is that?
I think this was in New York, but
that's crazy.
Where
you go to Switzerland. I was in Switzerland once many years ago, and I went to McDonald's. I could not believe, how can it possibly cost that much money?
This was in California too, but
yeah, it's just crazy. All right, coming up, Tech Tuesday with Rich DeMuro, and then I've got a couple of fun topics after that. This is KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Chock full of stimulating talk. KFI
and KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Break up, break in. I'm Amy King, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A family in Lakewood says their home has been attacked by an angry ex-girlfriend.
A woman and others allegedly showed up to the home in the middle of the night, broke windows, and sprayed bear spray into the home. Family members say children and an 85-year-old man were home when the group attacked. Several items, including a stroller, had to be tossed out because they were covered in bear spray. No injuries were reported and no arrests have been made. The family has had to stay in a hotel while their home is cleaned up. Reporting live in downtown LA, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
News brought to you by Pacific Coast Termite. 2 school board members in Orange County who pushed conservative policies appear to have been recalled.
All of the culture war issues are not what the recall was about.
Recall organizer Michelle Weisenberg says the board members were pushing solutions to politically exaggerated problems that don't exist.
Our main issue was the chaos, the loss of staff, the bleeding of money.
Orange School Board member Rick Ledesma says the policies were about protecting parental rights and improving education.
I'd rather talk about a child's pronoun at 6 years old than how are we going to raise these test scores that are so low.
New board members can be appointed once election results are final. In Orange, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Presidential primary elections are being held today in Arizona, Florida, Illinois, Kansas, and Ohio. President Biden and former President Trump have already secured enough delegates to become their party's presumptive nominees, but they're still out campaigning. Biden's going to be in Nevada and Arizona today. Trump was in Ohio over the weekend. A special election is also being held today in California to determine who will complete former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy's term for California's 20th congressional district. The election on March 5th only determined who will be the Central Valley's rep for the full term that starts in January of next year. There are 9 candidates running for the seat. Congressional leaders have reached a tentative spending deal to keep the government funded. Current funding is set to expire Saturday morning for the Department's Homeland Security, State, Defense, Labor, and Health and Human Services. ABC's Chuck Severson says the agreement reached last night is set to fund the Department of Homeland Security.
Negotiators are still working out the details. Funding for DHS was a final sticking point.
The other 5 funding bills were effectively settled over the weekend. A woman from Cleveland has been sentenced to life in prison without parole for going on vacation with her boyfriend while her 16-month-old daughter was left at home alone in her playpen.
You left your baby, Jayla, trapped in a packing plane without food and water for 10 days.
The judge yesterday said the mom had plenty of chances to save the child.
Just as you didn't let Jayla out of her confinement until she died, so too, you should spend the rest of your life in a cell without freedom.
Investigators say the baby probably lived for a week when she was left alone in June. She died of starvation and severe dehydration. Prosecutors say the mom redressed the little girl when she got home and called 911. Chef Bruno Serrato of the Anaheim White House restaurant has served his 10 millionth meal through Caterina's Club, feeding hungry children in Southern California.
Caterina's Club is serving more than 5,000 meals a day and has helped relocate more than 268 families in need. Chef Bruno says his mother, Caterina, gets all the praise for starting the mission nearly 20 years ago.
I cannot believe it. It's big 10 million meals, especially when you start with one club, one city, one shop, one meal.
Yesterday's 10 millionth meal milestone was highlighted by a visit from Billy Saldana, the first ever child to receive a meal from Chef Bruno nearly 2 decades ago. Saldana says Chef Bruno has made a lasting impression on his life.
All the things I've accomplished wouldn't be for Bruno. Bruno was the stepping stone of giving back to the community, and I took that to heart and as one of my pillars.
150 kids from Anaheim were invited and fed pasta with chicken breast and chocolate-covered strawberries. Chef Bruno says 10 million meals is great, but his dream is to make sure no child in the world goes to bed on an empty stomach again. Chris at KFI News.
We'll check the 405 with the KFI in the Sky next.
Brought to you by Quantum. If you happen to have varicose veins, spider veins, they can be uncomfortable, they can hurt, but I'll tell you what they are. They are ugly. And so how about getting rid of them, the varicose veins on your legs, in just 20 minutes with virtually no downtime? That's what the vein experts at West Medical can do with the latest state-of-the-art, minimally invasive varicose vein procedure called VenaSeal. It is the most high-tech procedure that is out there. It's a fast, in-office, 20-minute procedure. Has you back on your feet immediately, and you'll be able to return to normal activities the same day. Plus, it's covered by most PPO health insurance plans. West Medical's vein specialists, and they are are leaders in medical innovation, and they've helped thousands of people with their ugly veins on their legs. So call 800-WEST-MED for a free consultation, 800-WEST-MED. You can visit westmedical.com, westmedical.com. Call 800-WEST-MED.
Southline weather from KFI, partly cloudy with highs in the low 70s at the beaches, mid 70s for Metro LA and Inland Orange County, low to mid 70s for the valleys and IE, 60s in the Antelope Valley, slight chance of afternoon showers and thunderstorms. Tomorrow morning, low clouds and sunny after that, highs in the 60s and 70s. It'll be partly cloudy on Thursday and Friday, mostly cloudy for the weekend with a slight chance of rain by Saturday night. Highs will be in the 60s. It's 53 in Brea, 52 Lake Forest, 54 in Marina Del Rey, 52 in Burbank. The KFI Market Report brought to you by Quantum ePay. The Dow is trading up 154 points. The NASDAQ is down 68 and the S&P 500 is down 4.
Brought to you by Quantum ePay. Merchants who make the switch to Quantum ePay save an average of 53% on payment processing. Call today to see how much you can save. Just dial #250 on your cell and say keyword Quantum.
Wheels checking on a crash in Van Nuys on the 405.
Right now, this hour, the 405 southbound. This is going to be just past Roscoe. Got a crash there that is being worked on. It is slow as you get away from the 118, but even beyond the crash scene there, it's slow all the way down through the Spoiler past that Sunset Boulevard. Of course, in the 405, kind of soaking up the extra volume from that closure of Topanga Canyon, which remains in effect. Now, we've got problems in Orange County, 91 westbound with the 55. Looks like a wreck working there. Definitely seeing some slowing all the way back through Anaheim Hills, pretty much all the way into downtown Corona. So that freeway went to heck and back there really quick. Westbound 91, a parking lot from the 15 all the way out through the 55. Also problems on the 55 northbound at Dyer Road, an injury crash involving a motorcycle down the roadway. That is slow all the way from the 405 on the northbound side. Southbound side slows from the 22, actually from before the 22 there in Villa Park. And if you are trying to go northbound on the 110 freeway, transition to the 105 East, multi-vehicle crash reported there. Luke Colts driver, KFI in the sky.
You'll never know the feeling until you experience it here yourself at Disneyland Resort. Because here, every and is beyond anything you've ever felt before. It's where it becomes on Star Wars: Rise of the Resistance. It's every amazing feeling ever, all at once. It's that feeling when you're at Disneyland Resort, and there's no better time than now. Every March, Jersey Mike's turns money from subs into charitable donations.
And March 27th is Jersey Mike's annual day of giving, where 100% of sales from every sub are given back to the community.
And to kick off all that giving, Peter gave me an apron. I'm honored.
Looking good, Daddy. We've got subs to make, though.
Yeah, now I know why you gave me the apron.
Join us Wednesday, March 27th for Jersey Mike's Day of Giving. Be a sub above. Inner peace. For me, it's the aroma of lavender and candlelit bath enveloped by a rainforest soundscape. Enlightenment, here I come.
Free one-day delivery on bath bombs and millions of other items. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free, never sounded so good. KFI AM 640. You're listening to The Bill Handle Show.
KFI AM 640, Bill Handle here. On a Taco Tuesday, March 19th, it is time for Tech Tuesday. We do this every Tuesday with Rich DeMuro. Rich is heard 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Saturdays here on KFI. He's the KTLA Tech reporter. And you can follow him on Instagram, Rich on Tech. His website is richontech.tv, and his newsletter is now available on richontech.tv, his website. All right, Rich, is that enough?
I think so.
Yeah, it's written right here. And for some reason, I've got to say it.
Last off the top of your head.
I was going to call you about something during the week. I saw a new bit of technology that was really interesting, and I've completely forgotten what it is. So much for that. A couple of things. that I want to talk about. Amazon starts tomorrow with their spring sale. Now, Black Tuesday is now, or Black Friday is now a month and a half. And what kind of deals do you get on the quote the spring sale? And how often does this kind of thing happen?
Well, I think Amazon's really pushing their luck here at this point because they started with the Prime Day sale, which was okay, and then they continued to kind of push that, and the deals were not as good, and people were kind of let down by some of the discounts. Then, of course, they do the Cyber Monday, the Black Friday stuff, and I think they do a pretty decent job. This year was pretty good. But now they're doing this new one called Big Spring Sale, and it runs March 20th through 25th. So it'll start tomorrow. And this is seasonal items like spring fashion, outdoor furniture, cleaning supplies, and electronics. And they give big numbers like 40% off electronics, 40% off apparel. Oh, by the way, up to 40%. And this is all for Prime members, by the way. But the thing is, we're not seeing a lot of very solid, real-life deals. They don't mention, exactly what you're going to be able to get. And I think that's, just making people just go on Amazon and get something if they need it. And otherwise, you just kind of don't shop there.
Hey, is it to the point, Amazon has gotten pretty expensive. There aren't any great deals left on Amazon. It used to be, and still people default to Amazon. Default to Amazon. For example, I do Zelman's Minty Mouth Mint commercials. And so I give the website. More people immediately go to Amazon, even with the discount I get, because that's a default. And that is, look at the power they have. It's extraordinary. But do you shop on Amazon, or do you shop other places to find better deals?
I'll be honest, and here's the thing, a couple things. What you mentioned, Amazon is a first stop for shopping. So that means that most people are not going to Google to type in something they're looking for shopping. Because here's the thing. Let's say you find what you want on Google for the, whatever you're searching for. The place that's selling it, you don't feel like setting up a new account. You don't know what the shipping situation is going to be. You don't want to type in your address. And so you go to Amazon and you search first there. And that is a key differentiator for Amazon than any other place to shop online. Whether it is Walmart, whether it is Target, people go to Amazon. It is the first search, the destination for shopping. Number two, people do not price check. So when you look at those mints on Amazon, you don't even care how much they cost because you just assume you're going to get a pretty good deal with the free shipping on Amazon, and you're not even going to go compare that against the actual seller's website, which in some cases may be cheaper. And for me personally, I'll be honest, I think that Target is smoking me out because my Target has locked everything up behind glass panes that you have to call someone to get, and now they're shutting down the self-checkout, limiting it to 10 items or less. And so all these things make it a lot tougher to go shopping at Target like I used to, and it's just easier to put everything into an Amazon cart and order it at the end of the week.
Yeah, but when I would think, for example, the checkout, I just experienced that. Literally, I was at Costco the other day, how unusual, and I'm buying just one or two items, and everybody else has one or two items. And then there's this clown who has a shopping cart full, and jammed, and he is sitting there, and thank goodness that Costco doesn't allow weapons into the store, because we all would have shot this guy.
Do they have a limit there for the?
No, they don't. That's the problem. So that wouldn't make sense to me. But how do people get a reasonable or cheaper price from Amazon when Amazon charges the vendor 30% or 40%?
Well, I think we're going to start seeing a lot more movement when it comes to online shopping. Amazon right now is the king. They've got everything down. They've got the logistics in place. And quite honestly, a lot of these companies that start out as direct-to-consumer, they end up showing up on Amazon because they can't compete with it. People don't want to go in and put in their information, like I mentioned. But I think that things like mobile payments will help because if you shop from your phone, which a lot of the younger people do, the payment is not so much of a big deal because all of your information is stored in your mobile wallet. And a lot of these websites and apps are mobile responsive, which means it says, hey, do you want to pay by Apple Pay or Google Pay? And it
to require. And it looks like they're first in line, maybe ahead of the curve. And that's requiring creators to disclose AI in videos. And then, of course, I have a couple of questions about that. We'll be right back with Rich. Let's check in with Amy, live in the KFI 24-hour news.
A woman from West Hills has been sentenced to 20 years in prison for stealing almost $4 million in a forged will scheme. Prosecutors say the woman forged power of attorney documents involving people who died. She also dismembered and disposed of the body of one of her victims and left it in the San Francisco Bay. The State Department of Insurance is proposing a new rule change to try to get insurance companies to start writing and renewing insurance policies in California again. At least 7 large insurers have stopped or restricted new homeowner policies in the state in the last year. The rule change would allow companies to anticipate future wildfire and flood risks when raising rates. $875 million is on the line for the Mega Millions drawing tonight. And if you don't hit that one tonight, $687 million is the jackpot for tomorrow night's Powerball drawing. We'll check some problems on the 55 with the KFI in the Sky next.
As you know, I bought another house. I downsized. And so I have a life source water filtration system now in my Bergen Palace. And so I moved, or I am moving. And guess what? I need one at my new house. I wouldn't dream of not having a life source system at home. The life source system, highly filtered, delicious water from every single tap in the house. 40th anniversary, giving new customers a free AquaPure worth over $900 for the purchase of the ultimate package. Call them for details on that. Offer ends March 31. Call 800-WATER-99. Visit lifesourcewater.com. Taste and feel the difference.
Morning, low clouds. It's sunny this afternoon. Slight chance of showers and thunderstorms this afternoon as well. Highs will be in the upper 60s to mid 70s. This report brought to you by Mattress Firm. Now let's check that crash in Irvine on the 55.
Northbound on the 55 at Dyer, looks like 2 separate crash scenes, but one of them involves a motorcycle down, and wow, it is really backed up. Everything looks like it's in the left lane on the 55 northbound at Dyer. The northbound side, you're going to find slowing all the way back from the 73 now. Southbound side of the 55, it's a parking lot at a Villa Park all the way from before the 22 freeway. So that's a nasty stretch of roadway that is completely shut down there at the 55. Meanwhile, the westbound side of the 91 is in some trouble at the 55. Looks like we've got a wreck working there. And the westbound side of the 91, it was doing okay earlier, but boy, is it messed up now. Back from the 15, going to cost you a whole lot of extra time there. As far as some other slow spots, we have slowing both sides of the 110 freeway between the 105 and downtown LA. And yes, Topanga Canyon is still closed, putting more pressure on the southbound 405 from the Smoking Pass. But hey, we've got some good news. They have reopened the Mulholland off-ramps there on the 405. They fixed some potholes there. Those off-ramps are open, so that helps a little bit. Will Goldschreiber, KFI in the Sky.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit with no sugar, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
As humans, we're naturally driven by the search for better. But when it comes to hiring, the best way to search for a candidate isn't to search at all. Don't search, match with Indeed. When I was looking to hire someone, it was so slow and overwhelming. I wish I had used Indeed. If you need to hire, you need Indeed. Indeed is your matching and hiring platform with over 350 million global monthly visitors, according to Indeed data, and a matching engine that helps you find quality candidates fast. Ditch the busy work. Use Indeed for scheduling, screening, and messaging so you can connect with candidates faster. And Indeed doesn't just help you hire faster. 93% of employers agree Indeed delivers the highest quality matches compared to other job sites, according to a recent Indeed survey. And listeners of this show will get a $75 sponsored job credit to get your jobs more visibility at Indeed.com/podcast. That's Indeed.com/podcast. Terms and conditions apply.
I typically procrastinate with everything. I do my taxes at the last second. I don't need to rush and get bad news. Oh, Kelly, if there's no actual reward, yes, we're going to procrastinate. Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. I woke up on the wrong side of the truck bed this morning with a bone drop. It is a Taco Tuesday, March 19th, Taco Tuesday, which means Tech Tuesday, with Rich DeMuro. And Rich, we continue. We're going to talk about YouTube, but let's talk about the high-end technology of tacos and making tacos. Now, I always eat tacos on Tuesday.
And so do we.
Good. Yeah, you sort of celebrate. Yeah. How about Ptomaine Thursday? Do you celebrate that?
I don't know what that is.
Oh, you can look up Ptomaine. It's a great foodborne illness. Okay. No, it's PT, by the way. T-O, I think it's M. Neil, how do you spell Ptomaine? It's PT.
I don't know what this has to do with poor Rich.
Absolutely nothing. I just wanted to throw him a loop. Okay, now, YouTube, and as I said when we went to break, they may be at the head of the curve on this one, just the tip of the spear, and that's requiring creators now to disclose AI in videos because AI can't create. You can create all kinds of videos that look real and are not.
Yeah, it makes sense because YouTube is the most popular video platform in the world, and so now they're requiring creators to disclose when realistic content is made with altered or synthetic media. So that, of course, includes generative AI. And when they upload the video, there is a little checklist, and it asks you, hey, is this video made with AI? What's the deal? How did you make it? And, here's the main
And how many people actually receive money from YouTube on their videos going up on the platform?
You'd be surprised. YouTube definitely pays out. I mean, I think that more so than TikTok. I mean, TikTok, people are going viral left and right, and they're not getting anything for that. They're getting pennies on the dollar. So I think YouTube does have a decent creator platform if you're in that partner program. Now, if you have a one-off video that goes viral, maybe you're not set up for the monetary part of it. But yeah, people make a living off YouTube. They can.
No, I understand, and I know there's a big number, but when you look at the number of people that are actually using YouTube, across basically the world, are we talking over 1 billion that are involved in YouTube? I don't even know those numbers. I mean, they have to be astronomical.
Look, it's kind of like Hollywood, right? The top people make a ton, the rest of them make nothing. So it's Mr. Beast pulling in $50 million last year. Jake Paul, $45 million. But then you have a lot of people that just make, $100 a month, $200 a month.
And that's basically on, and that's per view, per download. How does that work? Is it the number of people that actually just log on?
Yeah, I mean, I can give you the numbers that I have. I mean, I do make a little bit of money off of YouTube. It's a couple $100 per month. And let's see, last month, 159,000 views, $350. So, I mean, that's, not bad for...
Yeah, and 159,000 is not the end of the world. Okay, before we go, why don't we plug how you can make more money on the internet?
How can you make more money?
How can you make more money? What can we plug that you are putting up?
Go, you know what? Sign up for the newsletter. That's the best way to do it. Rich on Tech, search Rich on Tech newsletter and sign up there. I send out a newsletter. I'm still figuring out exactly how often and what it contains, but it's a good way to keep in touch. I've got, like 20,000 people, or let's see, maybe it's not that many. It's about 18,000 people. And so it's fun. It's almost like a little direct email for me. People actually reply back, Bill. And I don't always write back, but, it's kind of fun.
Okay, so Rich, I got to tell you, Bill, this is fantastic. Rich, I love the show. This newsletter has some of the best information. I cannot recommend enough for people to sign up. Okay, so I'm going to make a deal with you right now. Rich, this is totally private. No one else is to know it. And that is, I will plug your newsletter if you will report to me on this show how much more you are making than you were previously.
On the newsletter?
No, or in general. Just, on the internet, what you're doing. I'll plug your brains out.
Okay.
But you have to supply free breakfast burritos to us every once in a while.
Okay, well, I don't know if I make that much. I mean, I just told you I make $350.
Yeah, I know. We have to increase this. No, we got to go north of that. All right. Okay, that's Rich. 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Every Saturday here on KFI. On Instagram at Rich on Tech. His newsletter on the website, richontech.tv. Rich, we'll catch you next week. Oh, we'll catch you this weekend.
Yes, thank you.
All right, you have a good one. All right, coming up, a story about teen babysitters. Now, a lot of people don't even know about teen babysitters. And there's a whole world, and I'm going to bring you back to the future. Way back when I was a kid. And there's a whole story there about babysitting. Let's check in with Amy live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Gas prices in California are closing in on $5 a gallon again. AAA says the price is now averaging $4.91 for regular unleaded, but has already topped $5 in 18 counties. Gas prices in LA County are the highest we've seen since the end of November, averaging $4.96 a gallon. That's almost 16 cents higher than a month ago. In Orange County, gas is averaging $4.91. The national average for a gallon of gas has gone up about 20 cents in the last month. Alex Stone says prices typically go up during the demand of spring break. He says more expensive summer blends of gas are now in play, too.
With this year, drone attacks on Russian oil refineries have caused uncertainty in the market. In the past week, the Energy Department reports the average price of regular unleaded has gone up 8 cents to $3.45 a gallon.
Stone says that's 3 cents above the price a year ago at this time. A man in Long Beach who ran to help an elderly woman who was being robbed is recovering from being stabbed. Brian Tacoon says he saw the attack while he was driving March 10th and pulled over to help.
I asked if she was okay, and what happened is she said that her lungs had
arrested the alleged robber. The FBI says people on the terrorist watch list are posing as Mexican nationals to cross the U.S.-Mexico border. Director Christopher Wray told a Senate Intelligence Committee last week that men have been settling in Mexico, learning Spanish, and shaving their beards to assimilate into the culture. He says once they get a fake ID, they cross the border and turn themselves in. And because there are no matching biometrics in Mexico, officials say it's very difficult to verify their identities. The Supreme Court has blocked a bill in Texas that would allow local police to arrest people believed to be in the country illegally. This comes after a back-and-forth court fight with opponents claiming only the federal government has the right to enforce immigration laws. The justices were asked to provide a ruling by yesterday. At first, no action was taken, but moments later, they extended the stay pending further order of the court. And fans of Kobe Bryant are not very happy that the former Lakers player's first championship ring is being auctioned off. His parents are selling it. The ring is made of 14-karat gold and has 40 diamonds in it. Bryant gave it to his father 24 years ago. Fans call the auction disgraceful and say Kobe would have never sold the ring. Bryant and his parents had a strained relationship. They also tried to auction off his possessions in 2013. The current auction will be live until March 30th. The ring's current bid as of this morning was $94,000. We'll check the 91 with the KFI in the Sky next.
When I was asked to do Sterling BMW commercials, and it made a lot of sense because I've been driving a BMW and a half for 25 years. They asked me to test drive the BMW iX. Okay, so I can tell you about it. Well, so I am test driving it for a few days. Day 2, I walked in and I said, I'm getting this car. It is the best car I have ever driven. Sterling BMW. Family owned for over 30 years. They treat you like family. They don't know any other way of doing it. Sterling BMW, worth the drive to Newport Beach. I made it, and believe me, these folks, I believe, are the only way to buy a BMW. Plenty of vehicles to choose from, exceptional offers from BMW Financial Services, SterlingBMW.com.
Southland weather from KFI. Mostly sunny today. We do have a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms, mainly over the mountains. Highs will be in the low to mid-70s for most areas, 60s in the high desert. Morning clouds, afternoon sun tomorrow and Thursday. Highs will be in the 60s to mid-70s. Partly cloudy Friday, mostly cloudy by the weekend with highs in the 60s and a chance of rain by Saturday night. It's 52 in Fountain Valley, 53 in Seal Beach. There's a crash in Anaheim Hills on the 91.
But we've got a couple of problems here. First of all, the westbound side of the 91, right at the 241. In fact, it's actually trying to make the transition to southbound 241. Crashed there in lanes, and looks like an overturned car, possibly in the left lane. Traffic just stopped all the way back to the 15 on that westbound side of the 91. It's also affecting your drive on the southbound 73, or 71, I should say. It's slow all the way down from Butterfield Ranch Road. Now, if you're continuing west from that point, it stays slow all the way out to the 55, where we had an earlier problem on the westbound side of the 91. That was just a stall in lanes there, but it's done the damage, and it is certainly slow. Again, the westbound side all the way jammed back into downtown Corona on that westbound 91. Now, the 55 is really ugly. Northbound at Dyer Road, we have a bad crash involving several vehicles. It's slow out of Costa Mesa as they work to clear that. Slow from before the 73 on the northbound side. Southbound side of the 55, the brake lights start just a little bit south of Kidtown. Will Goldschreiber, KFI in the Sky.
So, I'm the type of guy who tends to forget things. A lot. The keys are always missing, I'm not great with names, and my signature catchphrase is, I know it's around here somewhere. That's why I get my haircut at Great Clips. Stylists save my haircut details and clip notes. So, every time I need a cut, I can get the look I want without having to remember a thing. What else was I going to say? Oh yeah, download the app today. Great Clips. It's going to be great.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. iHeartRadio podcast preview.
July 27th, 2017 was, by all accounts, a typical day. Alvin Darrow spent the afternoon at the Lost Peninsula Marina, working on his boat with his oldest son. At one point, he ran home to grab more supplies. Then, he was gone. 2 days earlier, a $75,000 motorcycle was stolen from a home in Lucas County. The bike ended up on Alvin's property.
My brother called me. He says the guy showed up that owned the bike.
Code 18 is a new podcast series by The Blade, investigating unsolved homicides in the Toledo area.
Yeah, Code 18 just references the radio code that we use when we describe a dead body.
Don't know if that stolen motorcycle is the reason he's missing.
Well, I know something wasn't right.
I punched him, he punched the bike. I was bleeding, I think we were both bleeding.
They threw my dad in a van.
We didn't have any evidence of that. And they didn't get the motorcycle because it was still there.
Join the hunt. Help us put this Code 18 to rest. Because someone, somewhere, knows what happened to Alvin Darrow.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
KFI AM 640.
And this is KFI AM 640 Billion, your morning crew on a Tuesday, a Tech Tuesday with Rich. We just have a couple of segments. By the way, any segment that you have missed, or any part of the show you've missed, we're on demand. All you do is go to the iHeartRadio app, and it's a podcast, and so you can listen to any or all of it. You do that with any show here on the station, and it's always worth listening to me twice, isn't it? If you've already heard the show and you want to hear it again, yeah, why not? But if you want to hear the 7 o'clock hour, the 6 o'clock hour, or whatever, you can listen to it. We're on demand now. I want to share with you sort of a blast of the past. And this has to do with babysitting. Now, I don't know if you even know what babysitting is anymore. When I was a kid, and I was a young kid, my parents had babysitters. And who were babysitters in those days? They were teenage girls. Actually, it was universal. Boys didn't babysit. And you'd have usually a neighbor, someone you knew, or a friend of the family's, the daughter, and even as young as 13, 14 would come over and babysit. And the parents were fine with babysitting, and if the kids are hungry, here's some snacks. You put them to bed, make sure that they're bathed, and you sit around and watch TV. And we'll be home, so we're leaving at 6 o'clock, we'll be home at 10, we'll be home at 11. And what did babysitters get? Now, keep in mind, it's supposed to show you how old I am, by the way. In those days, and I was very young, babysitter, the minimum wage was $1.25 an hour. Okay, I know that dates me, but so be it. So, do you know what babysitters got? Those teenage girls? There was a universal pay that babysitters got. Amy, do you have your finger up?
No, I'm just saying $1 an hour.
$1 an hour. Yeah. Okay, the minimum wage, basically.
That's what I got when I babysat when I was 10.
Okay, so minimum wage at that point was, I'm assuming it wasn't $1.25. But when I was babysat with, I don't remember, it was a neighbor girl that lived up the street. Neil, babysitting.
Well, please tell me that your babysitter got more than $1 an hour, for Pete's sake.
My babysitter, and this was the universal pay. Sort of basically what everybody got. All these young girls got 50 cents an hour. Wow. That's what they got. With less than half of minimum wage. About 40% of minimum wage. So my parents would go out, babysitters there, get handed a couple of bucks, $3, and this is what young girls did, and they did it for pocket money. even though they didn't make enough to even afford a pocket. Amy, you used to babysit for $1 an hour, and you said you were 10 when you babysat?
Yep.
That's awfully young.
Yeah, in Walnut Creek, I used to babysit for the Leaks next door.
So it was next door. And it's like 10 is a little young, because I think the youngest that ever babysat for me was, I think she was 12 or 13 years old. And some I hated, and sometimes there were older women that did it for a little extra money, and we all hated them because they were horrible.
See, I was a fun babysitter.
Yeah, well, some babysitters are neat. So anyway, it was 50 cents an hour, and 40% of minimum wage. I want to take a break and come back. I'm going to finish it with this, because when my kids were small, okay, and they're 28 going on about 12, there's not a lot of maturity that runs in my family. When my kids were little, we had babysitters. And if those babysitters had invested the money that I paid them, today they would be worth $3 million each. I will tell you my experience and then explain what's going on with society in general and why babysitters have disappeared. I mean, they're just gone. So we'll be back right after this, and then I'll finish it up with that. Amy King, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Former Trump advisor Peter Navarro has reported to a federal prison in Miami to serve out a 4-month sentence for contempt of Congress. Navarro refused to comply with a subpoena from the House committee investigating the January 6th Capitol attack. The Supreme Court rejected his final bid to avoid prison yesterday. 2 people have been hurt when a driver exited the 10 freeway in Pomona, ran a stop sign, and slammed into a medical building. It happened last night on East Artesia Street. The car was seriously damaged, and the side of the building was almost completely knocked down. The Ventura County Transportation Commission is launching a free shuttle service to help people get around the huge landslide that's blocking Highway 150 north of Santa Paula. The slide, which was triggered by heavy rains last month, isn't expected to be even partially cleared until at least May. We've got problems on PCH. We'll check in with the KFI in the Sky next.
If you're a business owner and you take credit cards or payments, there's a pretty good chance you're unhappy with your provider, or you should be. But if high fees, delays in funding, poor fraud management, and there is, I'm suggesting you call Quantum, the number 1 rated provider in the country, and that's what we're looking for. Merchants can switch to Quantum ePay, save an average of 53% on payment processing. Starting day 1. No hidden fees, no surcharges, or those cancellation penalties, big ones. Call, they'll review your current statement for free, show exactly how much money you can save, and if they can't help you, they'll tell you that too. That's how they do business. You get free point-of-sale hardware and software from retail, service, business-to-business, e-commerce companies. So, dial pound 250 on your cell and say the keyword Quantum. That's pound 250 on the cell and say Quantum, or visit, quantumepay.com/KFI.
Going to see a lot of sunshine today and a slight chance of afternoon showers and thunderstorms. Highs in the upper 60s to mid 70s. This report brought to you by Scandinavian Designs. We've got a closure in Malibu on PCH.
We all know the drill here. Outside Pacific Coast Highway down to 1 lane in Big Rock. And what that has done is made a huge backup to the canyon off the northbound side of Pacific Coast Highway. Topanga Canyon is also completely shut down still, both sides between PCH and the very top of Topanga there. We'll let you know when that reopens. Of course, that means the 101 is heading eastbound from Woodland Hills is a lot heavier all the way to Encino, and same goes for 405 southbound getting away from Roscoe. Tough times for the 91 right now. We just tracked this and checked it out. Westbound side of the 91 is starting from the 15 all the way out to the 241. Transition to the southbound 241. The left lane is partially blocked with, you can't quite tell if it's a stall or a crash, but certainly not a good situation there on the westbound side of the 91 at the 241. And the 55 freeway, not looking so pretty either. Northbound 55 at Dyer Road, they're still working on a crash there. It is jammed from before the 73 southbound, slow
from the 22. Will Goldsreiter, KFI in the Sky.
Ya, me encanta el diseño de interiores. Busco combinar un estilo moderno y mitad de siglo, una galería de terracota y una alfombra abstracta. Oh, súper lindo. Entregas gratis en un día para la decoración de tu hogar y millones de productos más. Lo que te gusta está en Prime.
In this week's Marketers Report, Dana Nussbaum, Executive Vice President, Worldwide Marketing at Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on regional audio marketing.
Although we're marketing at a very broad scale, it does include specific local markets, and that's the beauty of iHeart's network.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
So, I'm the type of guy who tends to forget things. A lot. My keys are always missing, I'm not great with names, and my signature catchphrase is, I know it's around here somewhere. That's why I get my haircut at Great Clips. Their skilled, friendly stylists save my haircut details and clip notes. So, every time I need a cut, I can get the look I want without having to remember a thing. Oh, what else was I going to say? Oh yeah, download the app today. Great Clips. It's going to be great.
All the good stuff. Yeah. Kips keeps you on top of pop culture.
The 2024 Louder Than Life Festival has announced its lineup, and, along with other big names, Slayer will be reuniting for the first time in nearly 5 years. The thrash metal icons will take the stage Friday, September 27th with Anthrax, Evanescence, Tom Morello, Ashes to Noon, and others. Other acts booked include Slipknot, The Offspring, Seether, Five Finger Death Punch, and Sum 41 on September 26th. Motley Crue, Disturbed, Chevelle, Seven Dust, Skillet, and Filter performing on the 28th, with September 29th bringing Korn, Judas Priest, Breaking Benjamin, Stain, Saliva, and more. The fest takes place in Louisville, Kentucky, September 26th through the 29th, with a full lineup of performers and ticket info at louderthanlife2024.com.
Fine. And that's what's poppin'.
I'm Camps on iHeartRadio.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
A man convicted of first-degree murder will no longer face a death sentence after an appeals court ruled the state of Oklahoma can't prosecute him.
This isn't a story about who Patrick Murphy killed. It's about where he did it. Patrick Murphy says the state can't prosecute him because the murder happened on his tribe's reservation. Oklahoma argues that reservation no longer exists.
Every tribe has sovereignty, and this is not given to us. It's within us.
My name is Rebecca Nagel, and I'm a citizen of Cherokee Nation. In this podcast, we're going to go way back to the Trail of Tears, the story of how my people came to Oklahoma, to the story of my family, the treaty they signed, and why they were killed for our land. This case has involved mistakes.
Yeah, the agent that was in charge of it somehow just got the location wrong by about 1.5 miles or so.
There was pressure from oil and gas interests in Oklahoma that encouraged them to intervene quickly.
But for the people of my tribe and the 4 other tribes in Oklahoma, this case has never been about any of that. It's about our survival. We're still here.
It's very important to us as a people that we, have our reservation boundaries. That ties us to who we are.
Are they going to stick with their principles?
Subscribe to This Land wherever you listen to podcasts.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
For me, the issue is not tackle football. The issue here, to me, is what power the government has when it comes to control over your own home.
For some reason, Sacramento has this bloodlust to get its fingers into these kinds of issues, and it doesn't have to.
Gary and Shannon.
I don't think government telling me how to parent them.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI.
And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. And back we are. Bill Campbell here. Last segment of the show. Coming up at the top of the hour, right after I lock out, I'm going to be taking phone calls for Handle on the Law off the air. And I'm going to be giving marginal legal advice for your marginal legal questions. And I go through them pretty quickly. I mean, I'm off the air, so there are no breaks. And
And, since I have Patience, my middle name is Patience, I go through these phone calls pretty quickly, so you're not going to be waiting for sure. The number is 877-520-1150, 877-520-1150, and you can still listen to KFI right there on the phone while you're hanging on. Before I go into continue the teen babysitter topic, and I was talking to Neil and Ann about the dates coming up, because I got confused. Good Friday is not this Friday, I thought it was, but Good Friday is the following Friday, a week from Friday, and then Easter. And being who I am and my religious persuasion, I don't know that much about Easter. I always get confused. Is this when Jesus went up, or did he go sideways? I have no idea how that works. But
when did he go sideways?
Pardon?
When did he go sideways?
I'm asking the question. I know I'm told he go. Yeah, never mind. Just asking the question. What do I look like? Do I look like the Christian religion maven here? Look at me, I'm going sideways. Okay, fair enough. Now, back we go, and I'm going to finish up with the teen babysitter story. And what babysitting used to be was neighbor girls, friends of parents would babysit, and Amy babysat, and she got $1 an hour. Before that, since I'm a little bit older than Amy, the babysitter that babysat me would get 50 cents an hour. That was sort of the universal price that was accepted by everybody. 50 cents an hour based on a minimum wage of $1.25. So it was 40% of minimum wage. Today, and I'm talking about even 20 years ago when my kids were a lot younger. They're 28 now. So 6-7 years old, and I'd go out, Marjorie and I'd go out for a meal or whatever, and we had to have a babysitter. I was stunned. $50, $60 for 3 hours. I go, what, are you out of your mind? That's what it costs.
Have you met your kids?
Yeah, well, we stopped going out. I wouldn't pay that much for a babysitter. Screw it.
We don't use babysitters. Max is 7, but we have never used a babysitter.
Well, and I understand a lot of people don't because, first of all, babysitters don't exist anymore. I mean, it's not, teenage girls. You're not going to have 13-year-olds that are going to come around and work. I mean, maybe they'll work for $50 or $60 or $80. I mean, it's astronomical. And the world of babysitting, when you look at it sociologically, it really sets you up in a very good way. Amy, you were 10, which is very young for a babysitter. But you're earning your own money, which how does a teenager do that? It gives you some sense of responsibility. I don't know if you appreciated prices of things based on what you earned, more so than, gee, Mom, gee, Dad, can you buy me? Which, of course, my girls at 28, that's their first thing they say. Hi, Dad, give me your credit card. They never babysat.
Yeah, we had to earn our money. So what I used to do with babysitting money would save it up, and then a friend and I would go to Santa Cruz, to the beach boardwalk. We'd save all our money so we could go there for the day.
Oh, at 10, 12?
Yeah, around there, 12, 13.
That's cool. Yeah. All right, guys, we are done. Boy, this day went quickly. So, coming up tomorrow, I have no idea what the hell we're doing. I'll know in the morning. I'll tell you what I'm doing now is as soon as we finish this show, I am going to take phone calls at 877-520-1150, 877-520-1150, and that's marginal legal advice. And I'll be off the air, and you can still listen to KFI right there on the phone. And what else is going on? Oh, let me promote tomorrow. Did I actually give the phone number, 877-520-1150? I think I did. Coming up tomorrow, we started all over again. Amy with Wake Up Call from 5 to 6 o'clock. And then it's this show with Neil and Amy and Tony, our fill-in board op. Until Kono comes back, whenever the hell he's coming back, we have no idea. Tony, whose eyes are drooping because
Absolutely.
He didn't even wait for tomorrow to start speaking it.
I know.
You pre-humped.
Absolutely.
Maturity hump right there. Well,
Okay, you got it. This is KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Common sense left California a long time ago. We're bringing it back.
KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Angry ex attack. I'm Amy King, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A family in Lakewood says an angry ex-girlfriend has attacked their home.
the ex-girlfriend and others allegedly ran into the home and used bear spray on a woman who was dyeing her hair. The group is also accused of spraying an elderly baby and 11-month-old boy who are inside the home. The group that busted into the home Saturday is also accused of breaking the windows of a car parked outside. The woman attacks says she believes her boyfriend's previous lover was leading the group. Items inside the home, including a stroller, had to be tossed out because they were covered in bear spray. Reporting live in LA, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
Prosecutors in LA have filed court papers asking a judge to revoke Rebecca Grossman's telephone privileges. They claim the Grossman Burn Foundation co-founder has been making calls from jail that are wholly improper or potentially illegal. Grossman was convicted last month of second-degree murder and other charges for a crash in 2020 that killed two young brothers in Westlake Village. At least 12 people in Haiti have been killed by gangs in a rampage on two upscale neighborhoods. Some of those murdered yesterday were teenagers. ABC's Matt Rivers says hundreds of Americans are still trapped in the capital amid the increasing gang violence.
No word yet on when those embassy evacuation flights will begin, but just getting to the embassy these days will be dangerous. Within the last few days, a source telling me gangs and police engaging in shootouts less than 1 mile away from the embassy.
Rivers says with the airport shut down by the gangs, Americans in the capital are pretty much stuck there without any way out. Peter Navarro has reported to a federal prison in Miami, becoming the first ever former White House official to serve time. Navarro, who worked for former President Trump, was convicted in September of contempt of Congress for refusing to testify before the House January 6th committee.
The former Trump trade advisor insisted his testimony should have been shielded by executive privilege, but a federal judge refused to allow that defense, sentenced Navarro to 4 months in prison.
ABC's Stephen Portnoy says Chief Justice John Roberts turned down Navarro's final appeal yesterday. Pasadena has received funding from LA County for a mental health project intended to deliver essential outreach and education services to homeless people. Pasadena's Director of Public Health says the city was given more than $950 million a year through 2026 to provide food, hygiene kits, clothing, and other basic necessities to those in need. The money will also go toward mental health training for community members, partner agencies, and city employees. The mansion in London where Freddie Mercury lived the final decade of his life is up for sale for the first time in nearly 45 years. The neo-Georgian brick home, dubbed Garden Lodge, is in the upscale Kensington neighborhood. It's listed for more than $38 million in U.S. currency, but it's not publicly listed. Mercury bought the home in 1980, saying he wanted to lead the Victorian life surrounded by exquisite clutter, as he put it. We'll check some problems on the 55 right after your Southland weather from KFI. It's partly cloudy skies. Highs in the low 70s at the beaches, mid-70s for Metro LA and Inland OC. Low to mid-70s in the valleys and IE, 60s in the Antelope Valley. There's a slight chance of afternoon showers and thunderstorms mainly over the mountains. Morning low clouds, then sunny tomorrow, highs in the 60s and 70s. Partly cloudy Thursday and Friday, mostly cloudy for the weekend with a slight chance of rain by Saturday night and highs just in the 60s. It's 57 in Fullerton, 58 in La Habra, 56 in Pasadena, 55 in Pomona. The KFI Market Report brought to you by Quantum ePay. The Dow is up 212 points. The NASDAQ is up 44. S&P 500 is up 2.
Brought to you by Quantum ePay. Merchants who make the switch to Quantum ePay save an average of 53% on payment processing. Call today to see how much you can save. Just dial #250 on your cell and say keyword Quantum.
Let's check in with Will, our KFI in the sky. We've got a crash in Irvine.
55 freeway past Dyer Road as you head northbound. Right now, CHP running a full brake. All lanes closed. They're trying to get something out of the left couple of lanes over to the right shoulder. So you're on the brakes all the way back from about 22nd Street on that northbound 55. It's a parking lot. Southbound side, there must have been something in the roadway there because it is just terrible all the way from the 22 on the southbound 55. It's a rough one, both sides of the 55 freeway. Also, getting word of a problem in the El Toro Y. We're almost there. Check it out. It's the northbound side of the 405. We did have a car fire. I don't see anything in lanes. The traffic's moving pretty well, but it's listed as a closure. We'll keep an eye on it. Nothing huge, though, in this spot. We've had troubles on the 91 freeway, 91 westbound at the 55. Stalling lanes there, something going on, and it is super slow all the way back into downtown Corona, especially slow up to the 241, where there is a crash on the transition.
What's going on, A. Dawson? How you living, Pim?
I'm sorry, from the 91 west to 241 south, we had that transition partially blocked, so big delays there as well. Of course, we have Malibu Canyon still partly closed, northbound side, one lane taken away. PCH in Malibu at Big Rocks, causing big delays there. And Topanga Canyon still shut down. Will Goldschreiber, KFI, the Sky.
Read the book that inspired the Oscar-nominated film Killers of the Flower Moon. In the 1920s, the Osage people were the wealthiest in the nation, but after oil was found on them, they were being killed off one by one. Uncover the shocking conspiracy in David Grann's Killers of the Flower Moon. The best-selling true story is now available wherever books are sold.
Every March, Jersey Mike's turns money from subs into charitable donations.
And March 27th is Jersey Mike's annual day of giving, where 100% of sales from every sub are given back to the community.
And to kick off all that giving, Peter gave me an apron. I'm honored.
Looking good, Danny. We've got subs to make, though.
Yeah, now I know why you gave me the apron.
Join us Wednesday, March 27th for Jersey Mike's Day of Giving. Be a sub above.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code iHeart. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code iHeart. That's promo code iHeart. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit.
Real talk, though, I think mining is perhaps one of the highest levels of English because it is translatable in all human languages. Period.
But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low that it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message is sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Big Sean.
Hi, we're One Direction. This is Gary Huffman.
This is Selena Gomez. This is
Shannon Farron.
This is Rihanna.
Gary.
What's up, guys? This is Justin Bieber.
Shannon.
We work behind the scenes.
Gary and Shannon.
Years ago, Ruth Campbell Bigelow was unhappy with the variety of teas on the market. So she created her own blend of black tea with orange rind and spices inspired by an early colonial era recipe. The new flavor was so popular among her friends that it received constant comments, therefore giving it its name.
Hence the name.
Constant comments.
Ladies and gentlemen, the history of tea.
Listen, if I'm going through this midlife crisis, so is everybody else.
Everybody's going to ride that train with you. Gary and Shannon, KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app on a Tuesday. March 19th, spring, is it today or tomorrow?
It's tonight.
Tonight. So
Yes.
then officially tomorrow is the first full day of
The little spring fairy arrives at dusk.
Man, I said something offhanded yesterday where it's like Shannon's taking her last full winter day off or something like that. And people were like, who says that? What white privilege that is to have vacation based on the seasons.
What?
That's like, well, hold on a second. It was just a offhanded comment. It doesn't mean anything. Yikes. There's a lot going on today, man.
Your last winter birthday.
It was, and then the reaction to it was just a little out of pocket.
Okay, so when this happened, we jumped on it immediately because it just was odd to me. When George Stephanopoulos does an interview with Nancy Mace about her endorsement of Trump, despite the fact that she was the victim of a rape when she was a teenager.
And this was right out of the gate for this interview.
Judges and two separate juries have found him liable for rape and for defaming the victim of that rape. How do you square your endorsement of Donald Trump with the testimony we just saw?
Well, I will tell you, I was raped at the age of 16. And any rape victim will tell you, I've lived for 30 years with an incredible amount of shame over being raped. I didn't come forward.
She goes on, it becomes a very contentious interview. She accused George Stephanopoulos of shaming her. And again, that line right at the very beginning, listen.
Judges and two separate juries have found him liable for rape.
Okay.
Yeah, and that was what stuck out to me. Yes, it was an uncomfortable interview. Yes, you have a man asking a woman about her rape, and then how dare she give him, endorse somebody who, but the thing is I'm like, when was Trump a rapist? Like, yeah, sure, there was probably allegations of, like, Me Too type behavior in terms of him having sex with people that may not have totally wanted to have sex with him and did it because of his power, but there's no rape. So going out raping people, we would have heard about it if he was raping people.
Well, criminally, definitely, there's been no conviction for rape. And if people want to argue, like, well, I think he's a rapist. They're saying, well, that's different than George Stephanopoulos saying this on a Sunday talk show where he said definitively that he had been found liable for rape. He'd been found liable of sexual assault. I know it.
I don't know what it is, but it's not rape.
Well, and I know there's people may be saying you're splitting hairs there. Well, it's an important thing when you make an allegation like that against someone.
Yes, there's somebody grabbing your ass, and then there's somebody putting themselves inside you. Well, it's very different.
Yeah, well, and that's why Donald Trump is suing ABC and George Stephanopoulos, alleging defamation over this interview because of that comment where George Stephanopoulos said very definitively that he was found liable for rape, which was not what he was found liable for. I'm not saying he's a great guy.
No,
I'm just saying that.
I didn't know when we made the jump from assault to rape.
It's important to make those delineations when you're doing it, especially when you're George Stephanopoulos doing it in front of millions of people.
Okay, more importantly, Trump is in trouble because he has not been able to secure a bond. He wanted to get a bond to help him pay that civil fraud case in New York. And if he's unable to do so by, is it this week? Yeah, this week, he could get things seized.
Yeah, and Letitia James has said very clearly that's exactly her plan, that she very much wants to do this. Of course, this stems from the trial. Letitia James, New York's Attorney General, has said that he fraudulently inflated the value of his assets to get favorable loan terms. He's on the hook for millions. His sons are on the hook for millions of dollars in this case.
If he fails to pay by March 25th, if he cannot produce the bond by March 25th, they could seize his properties in New York. They could freeze his bank accounts. They believe Trump's money problems will spread well beyond New York.
And this is on, by the way, this bond that he was asked to put up for this, or was trying to put up for this to help delay the case and prevent the seizure of assets, is on top of the $91.6 million bond in the defamation case that he lost to Eugene Carroll. Now that goes back to the George Stephanopoulos comment, because that was the case in which he was found liable for sexual assault. To secure the bond, Trump most likely had to pledge that bond. He had to pledge more than $100 million in collateral to a giant insurance company that provided the bond. Now he's already got one of those out there. That's why he's been shopping around to these 30 different companies, according to his lawyers, and they've all said, just don't know if you've got enough to cover it in the event that you default on the sort of thing.
He's just not liquid enough to offer the collateral required for a bond this big. It's all tied up in real estate.
And this may be the best window, I suppose, into his actual net worth.
Yeah.
Because this is what he's going to have to run up against. I mean, you hear the old trope of, I got money, I just need to move some stuff around so I can free it up. This may be the ultimate version of that, to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars.
Coming up next, it looks like President Biden has grown angry and anxious. Behind the scenes, he's yelling a lot. Also, Kate Middleton, was it really her out and about? We'll get to that. And Oprah says that her weight was a national sport. It was joked about. It was so popular to joke about Oprah's weight that it was like a national pastime. I don't think so. I think that's a little bit self-important, isn't it?
Yeah.
But a couple late night jokes aside.
It's Oprah.
Yeah.
So, probably feels that.
Right.
All right. Gary Channel will continue. Amy King is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Rebecca Grossman, who was recently convicted of hitting and killing two young brothers with her SUV in Westlake Village, is being accused of illegal conduct in jail. The LA County DA's office is also accusing her legal team of tampering with jurors after the trial. She's said to be sentenced to up to 34 years to life in prison on April 10th. Lawmakers in Hong Kong have passed a new national security law that grants the government more power to quash dissent. The law means anything deemed a threat to national security could be punishable by life in prison. Government officials say the law is needed to prevent a reoccurrence of the pro-democracy protests from 2019. A streak of light across the twilight sky over Los Angeles could be seen as far away as Phoenix, Arizona. Last night it was a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket, which launched last evening from Vandenberg Space Force Base. The Falcon 9 dropped another 22 Starlink satellites into low Earth orbit. Lots of sun today, a few clouds, and a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms this afternoon. Highs in the 60s to mid-70s. This report brought to you by Allstate. We've got a stall in Cerritos on the 605. Let's check it now with the KFI in the sky.
Hello, pick up for your drive. 605 freeway southbound right there at Del Amo. Stall in the right lane and traffic is slow as you get away from the 105. Really slow from about, looks like Rosecrans Avenue is where you're going to hit the brakes there. Some good news for folks trapped on the 55. We've had a crash there northbound 55 at Dyer Road for some time. They just cleared it to the right shoulder. So traffic recovering. We get slow all the way back from the 73 on the northbound side. Southbound side, you'll find some patchy slowing getting away from the 22. The westbound side of the 91, still an ugly, hot mess getting out of Corona. It's terrible from the 15 all the way out past the 71. If you get to the 241, the transition road to the southbound 241 was partially blocked with a wreck, and that's the reason for all that slowing. Once you get past the 241, it's a whole lot better for you. And just an update, of course, we have the Mulholland off-ramps on the 405 south and northbound there in the Spoda Pass. Those have been reopened. They were closed for pothole repair. Those potholes have been filled, and those off-ramps are open, so enjoy. Will Colesriver, KFI in the sky.
Ready for our beach day?
Yeah.
Great. I brought sunscreen, sunglasses, and big bottles.
6 times better protection can make a big difference.
Sleep shirt, water, ice, a canopy.
Suit yourself. I'm getting some rays today.
Casco GTX full synthetic motor oil provides 6 times better wear protection on critical engine parts to help extend the life of your engine. Casco GTX full synthetic, better oil for maximum protection.
How are you feeling over there?
Oh, I'm fine. Should be dead by tomorrow.
Claim days to discuss new young has made a bigger cool on. Just the 5 grade. Shop for Casco GTX full synthetic on Amazon.
You'll never know the feeling until you experience it here yourself at Disneyland Resort. Because here, every and is not anything you've ever felt before. It's where it comes on Star Wars Rise of the Resistance. It's every amazing feeling ever, all at once. It's that feeling when you're
in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code iHeart. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code iHeart. That's promo code iHeart. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than choosing Charles Barkley in a pickup game.
We'll take Hardwood.
First pick. Sorry, kids. Yep, even easier than that. With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, is it even a decision? Okay, here's the plan. Pass me the ball every time. This is banking reimagined. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One and member FDIC.
Everybody's complaining, gets going, it's soft on crime, lets criminals go, end up going on commit more crimes, killing people, smashing grabs. He's still got the most amount of votes. But I think it's people in the inner city voting for Gascon saying, look, you didn't give a rat's ass about crime until it hit Nordstrom's.
The Tim Connolly Jr. Show.
And I think that's what's going on.
Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Experience.
Sharing by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
So thank you all for being here, man. I really appreciate it, and I really enjoyed your documentary. I, like you, well, not as much as you, but I am a conspiracy freak when it comes to the JFK assassination. And I've been fascinated by it for decades, and but no one is, I don't think anybody is as fascinated by it as you. And
well, I get the impression that you can do great on a full-timer, but
no, not a full-timer career. Well, I know you do. Listen, I'm a huge fan of yours, but it's kind of fascinating that your film, the JFK film, was approximately 30 years after the assassination, and then this is approximately 30 years after that. We're still going through this, and they're still withholding documents. It's really kind of amazing, isn't it?
no, it's not. It's, everybody's dead from that era.
But it's all the more important that we understand our history is fading. The reason we're in this kind of disbalanced situation in the United States, where we have less and less trust, is because of the past. If we go to this particular incident in '63, it's a demarcation point, it's a turning point for the country. That's what's fascinating to me, is I'm a historical interest. I've written made the untold history of the United States. Yeah, I'm very interested in the history. I just think we have to pay attention because the roots of our problem are here. Do you want me to talk about that? Sure, yeah, please. I'm going to have to generalize because from the time he was killed in '63, that's November, we think about one American president, not one, you can name them all, have ever challenged the military or the national security state or the intelligence agencies. They haven't been successful. They've cut the budgets occasionally, but not by much. But essentially, they keep going out. Record year this year, 700 and some 60 billion. Who says you can't to the military or to the intelligence agencies? They see that. Northern amount of power. Kennedy was the last one who was trying to curb it. And he made a serious effort towards peace. He was the last president to talk about peace very nobly. And people have said, oh, he just talks. But no, he was doing things. That's why it's important. It's crucially important. This country has gone the wrong way. The national security state has got bigger, stronger, more money, more paranoid, less trust, every which way.
The cynical amongst us would say that that's inevitable. That whenever you have these situations of power, especially when you have, what people like to call deep state, but what's essentially this group of people that never leave office, and they have incredible amounts of power. The people that are in the intelligence agencies, the people that are in the Pentagon, the people that are in all of these positions of immense power, but they don't get elected in and out. They don't have 4-year terms. And these are the people that the president, when a newly elected president, has to check in with. It's a very dangerous situation because it's a frozen bureaucracy. Yeah. And they die off, but they're replaced by the insiders. And as a result, we're the biggest bully on the block. Around the world, no question. We have the most power militarily, supposedly, every which way. Yeah, we tell other countries we intervene. We often tell our allies what to do, or we make them do. We declare ourselves to have enemies, and we keep insisting on it. We talk about China, Russia, Iran, Korea, Vietnam, North Cuba, and North Korea, Cuba, and Venezuela. Considered a major threat. Although these threats are inflated, overinflated, and we can talk about each one of these individually, but that's what I've done, my spare time in documentaries. I've done Ukraine, I've done Russia, Putin, and I'm interested in what we call enemies. This overinflation, because why? Think about Orwell. Remember the old George Orwell? The state exists to fight perpetual war or prepare for war. That's what we've been doing since 1945. After World War II, we didn't stop. World War II, we stopped moving into World War III. We said that our allies in World War II, the Russians, were a great threat to our country, although they were depleted. Their energy was depleted. Their money broke. He had promised the money. We cut off the payment. The moment Roosevelt died, Truman cut off the aid payment that we were sending to them, some $10 billion. And since that time, we just keep, we pushed the Cold War. And we have to discuss the Cold War if you want. It was really, think about life before 1945. Think about we were in a war with Hitler. It was a war that was forced upon us. We went in very late. And I think about the 1930s and the 20s. The Roosevelt, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, was recognized the Soviet Union. He was one of the first. He was the first. He had a vision for post-World War II, which is beautiful. You have to understand that it was a vision of a world dominated by the great powers. It would be the United States, Britain, China, and USSR at that time.
that was the four-power team that believed in the United Nations. It's a shame he didn't see his vision really done in April of 45. Truman took over. It was a different. The moment Truman took over with his group, the Soviets were seen as the enemy. By the way, there was no going back on it. Speaking of this idea that the United States is the biggest bully, have you seen this video that was recently released from China where a Chinese representative is talking about Julian Assange? And the Chinese representative is saying that the United States has no moral high grounds to stand on when they talk about what is going on in other countries, particularly in China, when what they're doing to prosecute and to force Julian Assange to be extradited to the United States. And the way they're going after him for what's essentially just being a journalist and exposing what many people believe is war crimes. And that speaks to what you're saying, is that like we have rules for the rest of the world and we don't follow them ourselves.
Which is losing estimates about 110.
We are brought to you by Roka. If you've been listening for a while, you may have heard me talk about Roka sunglasses. They are my absolute favorite. But today, I want you to know about the prescription eyewear. If you are active and have bad eyes, do not skip this shit. Roka is a brand based in Austin, Texas, and they have been making performance eyewear for Olympic gold medalists and world champion athletes since 2016. For the last few years, Roka has been building out a badass prescription offering and invested millions of dollars to build their own optical lab right here in Austin at their headquarters. All of Roka's frames work for prescription lenses, and they have something for everyone, no matter how fucked up your eyes are. Regular prescription, progressives, also readers. Since they cut their own lenses, they can also work with extreme ranges that a lot of other brands can't offer. I've been wearing the readers and sunglasses for a few years now and absolutely love them. They are ultra lightweight, super comfortable, and Roka fixed that problem where glasses slip off your nose when you're looking down. They're the best. Since Rokas stay on your face, you can actually work out in them and ditch the contacts. Some brands have made prescription eyewear easy to get online. Roka did that and actually made their products better too. No bullshit. Check them out. I can wear anything, but I choose to wear Roka, and you should too. Get 20% off your order with the code ROGAN at Roka.com. That's ROKA.com. I've been talking about AG1 for years, and here's something fun. It's not always been the same AG1, and you know why? It's because they just keep making it better. These guys are dedicated to researching and testing and tweaking so it stays a nutritional powerhouse. They're in the lab, constantly improving, and I love that. Seriously, I trust AG1 because they know what they're doing. AG1 is tested for 950 impurities, way more than the industry standard recommendation of 10. Because what's not in AG1 is just as important as what is. There's a lot of supplements in the market, but AG1 is one thing that I choose to start my mornings with. Just stir it in, some cold water, and I'm ready to go. So if you're trying to figure out how to start optimizing your health journey, it's AG1. Try AG1 and get a free 1-year supply of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase. Those travel packs are awesome. I use them all the time when I'm on the road. DrinkAG1.com/Rogan. That's DrinkAG1.com/Rogan. Check it out.
These other cases are very typical of what happens when the state becomes scared. Its dissidents become enemies of the state. And the same thing has happened to some degree in China. They are paranoid about it. To draw an equation between our power and their power is wrong. Because, a bully, he goes around, he scares the neighborhood. He works for a certain period of time, but he's a hated individual. I've seen your, you talk about martial arts, you think about it as a movie, the guy's always kicking ass in the neighborhood. And until the new hero comes along and deals with it.
generally he wins. The Negro wins, but the Negro wins by not enforcing that kind of fear on the rest of the people. You've got to have modification of behavior. That's nothing wrong with our power. The United States has power to defend itself, no question. But we have to modify our behavior to behave in a humane way with people, recognize people's differences. That seems to be less the case as we become more. There's a bit more irony about how people have to behave. We tell them, in your country, you can't do this, you can't do that. Now, some countries are different. They have different customs, different cultures. They don't have to agree with the way we run business. We call it democracy. A lot of people question democracy. You know what the elections are like. It's very suspect in elections. Yeah. And the money behind the elections. You get elected. You go to Washington, I think it's hard to get an audience with a congressman. You think you in order to get the ear of a congressman. So it's, our democracy is not functioning in the way it was meant to function. Other countries, and we want other countries to restore their democracies, but their democracies are much better in Europe to a certain degree because they don't have long election periods. Short election periods controlled with money is very hard to be well controlled. They don't allow private sector to take over the election as we did in this country, the United Nations, the Supreme Court's decision allowing corporations to exist as individuals.
Yeah, that was a tremendous mistake. And if you go back and look at where this country took a bad turn, I would agree with you that it seems like it was during this time period where JFK was assassinated. That JFK had these ideas, getting rid of the CIA. He wanted to pull us out of Vietnam. He only wanted to set. You talk about this really in detail in your documentary, the new documentary that's available right now on Showtime. And then, yes, which it's so thorough. How long did it take you to make that?
Year and a half. It's on Showtime now. It's limited. They have a 90-day hold on it. In February, it becomes available widely. We'll get it out in the United States, but it's available in foreign countries. Even more interesting was about 15 foreign countries. Still, the United States is. We're lucky to have gotten the Showtime to do this because the company that given me the platform in the past is my Putin documents, as well as my own history of the United States.
Yeah, kudos to that because it's a controversial subject. It's a very complex subject, and for you to be able to cover it in such incredible detail the way you did from the beginning, you could tell from your documentary. You can tell from the beginning there was a concerted effort to pin the blame on Lee Harvey Oswald and to, without a doubt, remove any evidence to the contrary.
Yes, you're jumping around. So I was going to just finish the Kennedy thing. Remember that he resisted war.
Yes.
People get this confused because they say, he went into Vietnam. No, you have to look at the whole thing, the way it was. He avoided war twice in Cuba. This is very important. I remember the Bay of Pigs was a setup. The CIA controlled that operation. They went in. They expected. They knew that operation would not work unless the United States came in militarily to back up that invasion. They expected it because Eisenhower would have done it in the past. And they got used to it in the 1950s. The United States went back to CIA. Kennedy made it very clear that he would not put U.S. combat troops into Cuba. Made that clear. Or give air support unless they would establish a beachhead. He was willing to meet them halfway, saying, okay, we'll go if you succeed. But it didn't succeed. It was fun from the beginning because Castro knew it was coming. He knew about this 7 days, 8 days before, maybe more. And they were stranded on the beach. As a result, that was a few days after he became president. He had very little experience, but he was shocked at what happened, and he took full responsibility for the debacle. He said, I'm a responsible officer of government, which is a very good thing to do. Establish a hierarchy, but he really wasn't in charge. And he told de Gaulle, and he also told other people, I'm not sure I'm in charge of this government, because they had the secret branch, CIA, the military. Definitely, he's not the all the chiefs of staff were wildly against him, including Curtis LeMay, Air Force Chief. They saw him as an inexperienced young man, although he had been in war, and he had actually been heroic. And that heroic situation, he really earned his in the Navy T-boat. And he saved a lot of men during that horrible experience he had himself. Aside from that, he wasn't scared of the generals because he'd been in war. I guess that was what I'm trying to say. Yeah. The second thing he did was a year later, and this is crucial. People don't quite get it. Is that when the missile crisis happened in October of 1963, this was a key moment for him. This is what science has more. He didn't go in, he didn't invade. Everybody in the Pentagon, including Eisenhower, including senior civilians, experienced it, said go into Cuba and take them out because the Russians had put nuclear missiles into Cuba. Okay, and this was against all Americans. You couldn't do this 90 miles from American shores. It was against all, violated the concept of America's sovereignty. There's no question that he had to do it, and he did. This is very important to understand. If he had done it, we've now found out that the Soviets, they had not only they had a lot of troops there, they had 100,000 troops roughly. It would have led to one it would have built up into a nuclear explosion out of Cuba, somewhere else, in the ocean, the blockade, ships would have blown up. One thing after another, Khrushchev, the Russians would have reacted, and we would have reacted, and then step by step we would have been into possibly an Armageddon with Russia. Although we had way far more nuclear weapons than Russia did. That's what the reason the Pentagon wanted the war then. They wanted to wipe out the Soviet Union. This is very much in the back of their mind.
So they wanted to do it the same way we've done to Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Yes. It was beyond that too. I mean, way beyond that. I'm saying this is important to realize. I think it was now we have tremendous advantage. In a few years, we won't. The Soviets are going to build up, and they did in the 1970s. They got practically to parity. That's what Reagan was talking about. He said, yeah, take on the Soviet Union, the same thing. But in the 1962 period, it was possible in their minds to win for a strike, blow them up. We take a limited amount of casualties. Wow, 20, 30 million people. You remember Dr. Strangelove?
Yes,
this is the same kind of thinking. And Cooper got it right. And was thinking we can win now, wipe them out, get rid of this threat, and just look at communism will be dead. Although there was China, of course, in the background, but they were willing to take out China too. They had plans for that. On that, when it got to its worst point, that crisis in those 13 days, they had plans for China off of Okinawa. Wow, it was going to be a real conflict, and they would have won that war, so to speak. I mean, hopefully a male and a female would survive it. But hopefully it's a male and a female, and that's what Kennedy was up against. Him and his brother, Rabbi. Tremendous story. It's been told to some degree, but I don't think people understand the passion of what was happening in that room. And I think he saved him and Khrushchev. Khrushchev was very much on his side. And Khrushchev was also had seen a lot of war, of course, in Stalin had Stalingrad. So those two and Robert and various people around them saved the situation, pulled it out the last second, basically. Very close to going over. That was the end. The military never trusted him again. They said this guy is weak. He's a weak sister. And they said this is going to end. He's demasculated. This was the whole idea. What led in the following months to this almost planning around him was to basically end his reign, because he was definitely on the road of changing the American way of peace. He wanted peace more and more. And he talked about it, and of course there's a huge complex out there. Eisenhower talked about it. It would have been out of business. I think he really wanted to cut back on the concept of going to war. I can't understand it. He pulled out of, so if he doesn't go to war twice in Cuba, think about this. Why would he go to war in Vietnam? And he said there's 6,000 miles away. Why? If you're not going to defend the United States against Cuba, would you go to war in Vietnam to defend what? The United States and Vietnam. This was a thing that they didn't understand that. I have to say also he didn't go to war in Laos, which Eisenhower advised him to before that. So he avoided war. It's amazing that Eisenhower was the one that was doing this when Eisenhower's the one who had that speech.
Well, at the end of it, yes. Yeah, it's a great speech. I love it. But no, not just one.
They said she was happy, or whoever.
Well, that speech is what everyone points to as being the moment in time where the military-industrial complex is recognized. But the fact that Eisenhower wanted him to go into Cuba, Eisenhower wanted him to go into Laos, that Eisenhower wanted war, like, well, war, but he thought it was the right thing to do. He thought it was the right thing to do because we could pressure the Soviets down. And that's what John Foster Dulles and Allen Dulles, chief, also felt that very strongly, that we have to push the Soviets hard to make them back down. That was not the right reading of the Soviets. The Soviets were paranoid beyond belief about us. Their hardliners are the ones who threw out Khrushchev a year later. That's what out of office too. The same hardliners in the United States, hardliners in Russia, are the people who got rid of Khrushchev and Kennedy. That was their payback for being peace war. So did this, the great speech, by the way, was Kennedy's speech in 1963 in June. The peace speech. That's the most important speech ever seen. Which one is that?
When did we
Peace.
hold up the royal
Talking
family?
about the concept of peace, where everyone, our children, our mortality, the very air we breathe, we have in common with the Soviet Union, which took so many casualties in World War II.
People that are just, they're flawed.
You should reread that speech. Yeah, well, I put it into the documentary. When you look back at when the military-industrial complex started to take hold, is this a function of what was built up during World War II? Because
in the UK, they're
yeah,
arguably the largest
yes,
in the world.
but after World War II, the United States had employed always men, millions of men who came back to this country. They depression started.
Are you right? Even with the
That's the only way to get military going.
What are you doing on the computer? Go outside, so beautiful!
What was the reaction at the time to Eisenhower's speech? When Eisenhower had that speech about warning about the military-industrial complex. This is a nice old man. He's on the way out. Yeah. First, I think Eisenhower the biggest build-up. 25,000. Based that on faulty information. The truth was, the moment he got into office, he sent his Secretary of Defense McNamara over to the Pentagon to check this out. Well, a few weeks later, McNamara came back with the information, and no, we're way ahead of the Soviets in our missile capacity. That was never true. So in other words, Kennedy ran on a platform of being a Cold Warrior. He had to be. He couldn't be elected in 1960 against Richard. Just because of the climate of the country. And that's the way it was. And that's why 1962 happened. I think the people were different than the people in Washington. I think the people had different feelings. They were scared. There was a lot of nuclear fallout stuff. There was talk of nuclear war, strange love. On the beach, don't forget, it was a very important movie. It went around the world. People were scared of nuclear war. So it was a desire for peace, and I think the people expressed it in their love for Kennedy because he was starting to change. Polls all showed that. However, he did have a very tough election coming up in '64 with Barry Goldwater on the conservative side growing in power. Goldwater was a significant speaker of the threat, very much a hard line. Kennedy was in a very precarious position when, for example, he didn't want to go any further with Vietnam. He put advisors in. He put advisors into Vietnam when he came in. Yes, because Eisenhower started the policy in Vietnam. We cannot lose Vietnam. The domino theory, lose Asia, and all that stuff. Kennedy didn't quite see it that way. Because he'd been to Vietnam in the 1950s. He was a young senator with his brother, actually. And he had talk to some seasoned diplomats out there who are more of his thinking than
If you see me go to your front yard, just know upstairs I'm going hard. I'm not the Guinness man's whole career. What career?
it's such a immense task it is to get into office, not knowing all this information, not having real access to what the actual data is. You get into office, and then you have to deal with changing events and world-changing positions, and you're dealing with it all as you're catching up.
I know, it's amazing.
It's a crazy job.
Berlin.
Yeah, right. Don't forget Berlin.
And then don't forget the ongoing threat of Cuba.
Cuba, Vietnam. Yeah.
Dulles had launched the CIA chief, Alan Dulles, had launched the Cuban expedition. And they decided to do unpaid pigs before he came into office. And on top of it, don't forget also, he comes into office, he didn't even know that we'd been participated in the Patrice Lumumba coup in the Congo. Now, Kennedy was very interested in Africa. People don't know all this story. Whether we were the ones who no one told him for 3 weeks. There you go. And at that point, you knew that I knew that it was being. So, what I'm saying is that we're willing to pull out of Vietnam. And that's, he couldn't say that because the National Security Action Memorandum 263 calls for the withdrawal of the first 1,000 troops. Serious withdrawal, but there was an appendix where all troops out by 65, but he didn't put that in writing. But they were born, and I got a lot of flack when I made my movie in 91.
The recommended amount of
because I wrote it up after my movie came out. He wrote a book called, I forgot the name. He said, same thing. Kennedy was going out for
You're too slow.
We'll be right back with all this stuff. How aware was Kennedy that he was in danger? Was he at all aware?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. In fact, he had that Irish sense of tragedy. What's Ireland before he knew it? He had to do it.
You think he knew that they were going to try to assassinate him?
Oh, he knew about that because there were several attempts already.
Were there other attempts?
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know about it. That's right.
We go into Chicago.
That's right. No, can you just give us a brief outline of those?
Okay, there's a lot of information there. Yeah. In Chicago, in early November of '63, a landlady complained about 4 Cubans with arms in an apartment that they rented briefly. And 2 of them were busted, 2 of them disappeared, and 2
tournament begins with two matchups.
Yeah, there was also a patsy that was similar to Oswald's profile as Oswald. He'd been in Japan at an air base. He had expressed his dissatisfaction. Another air base, not the same one, not in Sudan. And he expressed his dissatisfaction with the United States. He defected to Russia. Now, this defective program to Russia seems to have been institutionalized by the CIA. And they sent a certain number of people there to get information about Russia. Now, why, you ask? I always wondered that question. Because back in the 50s, they didn't have land-based information, very good land-based information. And to get it from sending people there, they could watch the USSR U-2s, which is what they did. Satellite photography. But the guy, Valley was his name. He was also stopped, but he disappeared. Don't ask me what happened. Details. The point is that Kennedy was aware Kennedy, yes, it was, but he didn't really get the whole picture. So it brings in the story of this black Secret Service guy who became his friend. His name was Abraham Bolden, who himself had appointed. He looked around on his inauguration. He said, inauguration day in 61, he said, how come there's no black agents here protecting me? It's an interesting question. Bolden became his choice. And of course, he ended up in trouble because he is the one who pointed out the details of how badly handled the Secret Service used the information. And he was busted on false charges, went to jail. It's a whole story. That's another story. And this murder has so many mysteries. I mean, Sherlock Holmes would love it. Yeah, you need a microscope to get into this thing. You have to go into all the details because it goes in so many directions. There was a plot in Tampa where he was same setup, a motorcade, go past a tall building where you have to make a sharp turn. And in that building, they went crazy. They searched the whole building, but they didn't tip off, couldn't find anything. And Kennedy went ahead with the Tampa trip. He canceled the Chicago trip. He went ahead with the Tampa trip. But the same kind of profile, the guy was a Cuban who was going to take the fall. And he was a member of the DRE, the Students Against Castro. There was a lot of anti-Castro protests in Cuba, New Orleans, everywhere, Texas, all the South, wherever the Cubans were.
We are brought to you by Roka. If you've been listening for a while, you may have heard me talk about Roka sunglasses. They are my absolute favorite. But today, I want you to know about the prescription eyewear. If you are active and have bad eyes, do not skip this shit. Roka is a brand based in Austin, Texas, and they have been making performance eyewear for Olympic gold medalists and world champion athletes since 2016. For the last few years, Roka has been building out a badass prescription offering and invested millions of dollars to build their own optical lab right here in Austin at their headquarters. All of Roka's frames work for prescription lenses, and they have something for everyone, no matter how fucked up your eyes are. Regular prescription, progressives, also readers. Since they cut their own lenses, they can also work with extreme ranges that a lot of other brands can't offer. I've been wearing the readers and sunglasses for a few years now and absolutely love them. They are ultra lightweight, super comfortable, and Roka fixed that problem where glasses slip off your nose when you're looking down. They're the best. Since Rokas stay on your face, you can actually work out in them and ditch the contacts. Some brands have made prescription eyewear easy to get online. Roka did that and actually made their products better too. No bullshit. Check them out. I can wear anything, but I choose to wear Roka, and you should too. Get 20% off your order with the code ROGAN at Roka.com. That's ROKA.com. This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. A lot of us spend our lives wishing we had more time. And the question is, time for what? If time was unlimited, how would you use it? If I had an extra hour in my day, every day, I think I would practice archery, or maybe I would shoot pool. I'd write jokes. I'd do something. I'd find a way. But I'd love an extra hour. Be nice. Well, the best way to squeeze that special thing into your schedule is to know what's important to you so that you can make it a priority. And therapy can
values and understanding your priorities, so you know what things you can spend your time on that will really fulfill you. Otherwise, you'll always be wishing for more time. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. BetterHelp offers convenient, affordable online therapy that comes to you. Just fill out a brief questionnaire and get matched with a licensed therapist, and switch therapists anytime for no additional charge. Learn how to make time for what makes you happy with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/JRE today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/JRE.
A lot of it was anti-Kennedy because he had been twice he had not gone in on Cuba, so they felt like he was right.
How much of a shock was it for him when he got a hold of the Operation Northwoods papers, like the Joint Chiefs?
That's a good question.
Well, it's so crazy to read.
Well, it's not so crazy when you think about it. It's realistic. That's the way they operate. Once I put something in writing like that, it becomes more and more feasible.
Well, and also, when I talk to people about conspiracies, and I bring up Operation Northwoods, I say, no one went to jail for that. You understand that those people, the Joint Chiefs of Staff that signed that, like they stayed in office, and if you understand how anything works, things evolve. If this is how government was run in the 1960s, you can bet your ass that there's some sort of similar but more complex version of it in play in 2022.
Well, obviously, people who are talking about 2001 would point to Northwoods as the father, the grandfather of this operation. He required, among other things, plan to invade Cuba. That was the whole idea.
Right.
We need another justification.
Can you please lay out Operation Northwoods so people don't know what it was?
A series of papers that came out because of the assassination records review board. The result of my film. They found so much. But basically, that operation called for an invasion of Cuba through provocation, like things like having the Cubans killed in the air, domestic airliner to blow up, and going down over Guantanamo Bay, we're under fire, and people would die. Blamed on Cuba. Everything would be blamed on people on sabotage operations in the United States.
It's all done to get people enthusiastic about the war with Cuba.
This is very important. This is crucial to understand. This is very crucial because I do believe that was the motivation for this assassination. Really the thing that set them off. Forget about Berlin. Forget about the détente with Russia. Forget about the nuclear peace treaty. Nuclear atmospheric treaty that Kennedy signed with Khrushchev. That was a big treaty. Forget all these things. Forget Vietnam. Twice he failed in Cuba. This created a tremendous wave of expectation from Cubans who hated him. So this is where the CIA and Cuba intersect. They use Cubans very well. Because there's a handler in Florida called George Joannides who's involved with it. An interesting character who come back to the war. The Cubans are used everywhere on the map. In Texas, Florida, New Orleans. Oswald is so different. He comes back to the United States. He's crazy. He's so soaked in money. Becomes a member of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, which is, by the way, started by the CIA. It's not really a legitimate organization. He becomes a member of that. The CIA started both sides. He started the student movement against Castro. They started the Fair Play for Cuba. Both sides of the equation. That's typical of what they do. Can I go back 1 second? This is a complex situation. People have a field day going after JFK here because JFK had nothing to do with the assassination planning on Kennedy. How we know this is Inspector General of the CIA did a report back in
67, before Helms was asked, Richard Helms was asked, LBJ. There'd been this whole scandal thing. Jack Anderson was a very famous columnist, raised these issues, said that the CIA was involved with human groups to assassinate Castro using mob figures. Okay? And this whole thing started to stir up in the 60s. After Kennedy had been killed, we started to hear about it. Of course, the Warren Commission wouldn't allow anything like that to come out because Alan Dulles was on the commission. They never heard any word about any of this stuff. It started to come out. Johnson, who was president at that point, wanted to have a full report. And he made Helms, Richard Helms, give it to Helms as a character that was slimy. Goes way back. That's another story. Sherlock Holmes here. LBJ writes his writing the fucking report. The guy writes, the IG guy, who's supposed to be honest, Inspector General, writes his report. And it's the whole story, the whole bananas, everything. And he says in the report, there is no evidence of any president, that means Eisenhower or Kennedy, knowing and proving of any assassination attempt against Castro. Crucial to understand that. So, and that's Robert Kennedy included. Because there's no evidence that we have found. All the research that says that Robert Kennedy knew anything, although the CIA, after the assassination, made it the best effort. That's assassination. Helmer, who was the number one assistant to Helms. Helmer was his main source. Not only stories about Camelot really being planning the murder of Castro. That's why you hear this over and over again. Noam Chomsky, of all people, picked up on it and keeps repeating it. This is just not true. We can't find evidence of it. And the IG report points to it. Helms didn't want to give the report. He gave one copy and gave it to LBJ. That's it. LBJ read it. It disappeared into the files. And the assassination record gets the IG report finally open. What is it, 2021? He realized that report. And the historians actually was available in the 1990s. The historians have a responsibility to read these manuscripts. They did. And they keep telling these historians to make a mistake of saying Kennedy was behind getting rid of Castro. Kennedy was in a tough position on Cuba. Yes, he had to move against Cuba. At the same time, he wanted to save his Alliance for Progress. Alliance for Progress was a huge social experiment he started in Latin America for $10 million. And he didn't want to do military. He didn't want military governments in South America to be putting the money into military stuff. So he put it into education, agriculture, everything he could. He made this tremendous effort. And it's a wonderful story. Of course, Johnson closed it down and put back the money back into the military regimes. Brazil followed the coup. Brazil followed. Where was I? I'm just trying to say, on Cuba, had to give the notion that he was doing something the whole time in these years, 62, 63. So he started Operation Mongoose. Now, Mongoose is very disputed. Mongoose was run by Edward Lansdale. He is an operative who was in and out of the Philippines. There's a whole story with Lansdale. But the CIA never believed Operation Mongoose would work. They thought it was PR. Meanwhile, the CIA is doing its own thing with gangsters. People like Johnny Roselli, people like William Harvey. Explain Operation Mongoose. Mongoose was another operation to subvert the Cuban regime, to blow up things, to not kill Castro, to blow up things, to destabilize the regime, like Northwoods. All these plans are coming in from different departments to derail the Cuban Revolution. One, the Cuban Revolution is very influential all through Latin America. That's why Kennedy formed his Alliance for Progress. So he made his thinking was that if I can get Castro to back off anytime, don't fuck with my Alliance for Progress. We'll let you be. We're not going to come after you. You can have your regime, but we're going to prove to you that the Alliance for Progress can work.
Do you think that Kennedy knew how the structure of the
all the intelligence agencies and the deception and these using agent provocateurs and establishing these false flag events. Do you think he was aware of this before he got into office? Or was this, so this is probably very shocking.
He was shocked by the Bay of Pigs, shocked. And his brother, he was in this. He said they lied. They lied to me, and he thought he was in charge of the government.
Because the narrative I always heard about the Bay of Pigs is that he fucked them by not bringing in heirs.
That's, of course, that's the right wing narrative.
Yeah, that's all you ever hear. Yeah.
Yes, in those terms, yes. He failed. The man got stranded on the beach, and he failed to send in air cover. Yes, because he said so. He wouldn't do that. And if they had done it, it would have looked like America's being the bully all over again. They're bombing the Cuba, which was what was expected of America. And he didn't do it. He was announcing a new kind of America. Crucial to understand. And I think the Bay of Pigs was a fine moment for Kennedy. And he had to take the fall for it. He was furious behind the scenes at Dulles in his group. Before he found out about it.
And this is right after he's got into office as well.
April.
Yeah. So he's
waking up. Yeah. He's waking up through 61. That was a rough year.
Do you think that he was aware that it was the CIA that was trying to assassinate him, or was it unspecified forces?
Unspecified. He knew. I don't think. First of all, he fired Dulles. That was a huge bonanza. I think that was a great move. He fired Dulles. Richard Bissell, who was a schemer and planner at Cabell. He fired them. But he didn't clean house. Richard Helms steps in as the major domo there. McCone, he appoints McCone, John McCone, who's an establishment guy to run the CIA. His first choice is too liberal, and they destroy that possibility. Henry Stevenson liked the guy, listened to them. So McCone goes in. Helms really runs the show. McCone is a figurehead. He's sent overseas to visit the stations. Helms is the guy who runs this.
Now, what's fascinating,
and by the way, he's the guy we need files on. A lot of files. That's what. He's another one of these operatives who knows a lot. Who's never really pushed. He was questioned finally by the Church Committee.
Now, these documents that were recently resealed, when they were supposed to be released, and that the Biden administration decided to keep them under wraps till when? It's some very long distance in the future now, right?
Which ones? No, I think they're finally coming around, but they have to clean the files. I think they were surprised by the amount of work we got, the amount of information we got out of the files. Not we, I mean the whole community of researchers.
Yes.
These people were experts. They know the technical language. They go into these files like ants.
Yeah, the community of people that are obsessed with JFK.
Thank God, it's pretty amazing. A lot of nutcases get out there. Those serious people are really good. They're the ones that kept this case alive.
Well, it's a thing that a conspiracy theorist really looks to.
I don't use that word. I think truth seekers much.
Okay, we'll forget about that word. But someone who's interested in uncovering the truth about this assassination, the type of person that has that mindset that's interested in uncovering the truth about any historical event, this is one of the best ones. That's because there's significant yes, there's significant evidence, and there's significant evidence that there is a conspiracy. Significance. I mean,
I would say from the beginning there was when you had a shot from the rear.
Yes, well, no one was going to get into that. So when you detail so brilliantly in this documentary all of the people that were involved in manipulating evidence, whether it's autopsy photos, whether it's the evidence about the actual shots, where they were fired from, the impact, where the exit was, all these various people that were involved. How many people knew what had actually happened? Because it seems like there was a concentration of people that was not small. And one of the things that people who like to use the pejorative term conspiracy theorists, they always want to point to people can't keep a secret. Well, the fuck they can't. They had to.
It's a giant maze. It's so confusing.
Yes.
That no one would be believed.
Right.
There's one part. Think of it as a departments of this. Departments of this. Somebody pops up and says, I know this. So he disappears in the maze. He's a piece of information.
Yeah.
There's been no attempt by the government to follow up on this. They dismissed. They had the HSCA in 1978, right? That came about because of pressure. And a lot of that was classified still and disappeared for a while. We got it out. All that stuff. decided that there was a probable conspiracy based on acoustic evidence of the motorcycle. We don't want to go into that because that's a whole other story. Acoustic evidence, the sound of the re-recording? Yes. Yeah, well, the shots. The physical evidence of the impact on the body is way more important and way more obvious. First of all, the establishment of the magic bullet was one of the most preposterous things that the United States public has ever accepted. And I think we did a great service by driving a stake through that heart of that vampire because it's been around forever. Well, you detailed in so many different ways, too. You detailed all the various ways that they had tried to establish it. Once they found the wound in the back, they tried to establish... Well, don't confuse it. First of all, the magic bullet, there's no chain of custody on it. The FBI lied and proved it in the film. Yes, he did. Because the times don't match when it was given. So the FBI down and out lied. Now, over the course of never believe one had to believe.
Says, I know he needs to confess, but right now I can't even talk about the case. But that guy needs to know you're in jail for him, and it drives me crazy. She says, tell him to make a video and confess. I have a family. What a monster. I'll go back to learning about getting milk from male goats.
Billy goat milk. The prosecutors in this case are asking that she have all of her phone, well, most of her phone privileges taken away. The only people that she'd be able to call would be her attorneys, and that they want to put her under a special order where her mail gets read because of her desire to change things.
A male goat, their milk comes from one udder, so it's more concentrated and it's more nutritious.
I don't know if the internet is playing a prank on you.
No, I know what you're thinking, and that's disgusting and not in line with the research I'm conducting. It's simply about the udders, not the other parts of the goat.
Gary and Shannon will continue. Amy King live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
A woman from West Hills has been sentenced to 20 years in prison for stealing almost $4 million in a forged will scheme. Prosecutors say the woman forged power of attorney documents involving people who had died. She also dismembered and disposed of the body of one of her victims in the San Francisco Bay. Former President Trump is suing ABC News and George Stephanopoulos for defamation. The lawsuit centers around Stephanopoulos' interview with Congresswoman Nancy Mace earlier this month. During the interview, Stephanopoulos said Trump had been found liable for rape. A New York jury found Trump liable for sexual abuse, but not rape. $875 million is on the line in the Mega Millions drawing tonight. If you don't hit that one tonight, $687 million is in the jackpot for tomorrow night's Powerball drawing. We'll check some problems on the 405 next.
Well, getting hurt in an accident could change your life. We want to make sure that you feel empowered in a situation like that. And that's why we have told you over and over again to contact Sweet James.
When one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, so he called Sweet James.
The attorneys at Sweet James helped him get the medical care he needed so that he could recover as quickly as possible, get on that bike again.
Then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win.
Listen, if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care and the skill and the resources to win the most for you.
Compensation is a huge part of that, but it's also about compassion, care, and justice. Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big.
So call Sweet James, 800-9-million. Listen, they're not going to be able to guarantee the outcome, but they can make sure that you have them by your side.
800-9-million, 800-9-million, that's 800-9-000-000, or go to sweetjames.com.
Lots of sun, a few clouds this afternoon, highs in the upper 60s to mid 70s with a chance of afternoon showers and thunderstorms. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We've got a stall in Inglewood on the 405.
You hear how that stall blocks the second lane from the left. Traffic is jammed from Imperial Highway. Long Beach, the 405 northbound after Cherry Avenue. A multi-car crash off to the shoulder that has you slowed from the 605. In Encino, now on the 101 southbound at Balboa, crash blocks the two right lanes. You're stopped from Tampa Avenue and headed through River Street, the 60 westbound before the 605. A crash on the right shoulder. You're on the brakes from Hacienda Boulevard. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph. You'll never know the feeling
until you experience it here yourself at Disneyland Resort. Because here, every and is beyond anything you've ever felt before. It's where it comes on Star Wars Rise of the Resistance. It's every amazing feeling ever, all at once. It's that feeling when you're at Disneyland Resort, and there's no better time than now. This Disneyland for more details, start fishing and information required.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
My brother-in-law died suddenly. Now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. After that, I told my wife we couldn't put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, go to SelectQuote.com. That's SelectQuote.com. SelectQuote. We shop, you save. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com.
This is the mentality, and you get it from the news media. And people at home absorb the language construction. He's experiencing homelessness. No, he's a perverted sex criminal. John Crowell's experiencing homelessness, like you're experiencing harassment.
Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI.
And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio apps. The stories we're following for you today. Secretary of State Antony Blinken says Russia's presidential election can only be described as undemocratic. He pointed to the Russian government barring 2 candidates from the ballot who are against the country's invasion of Ukraine. No shocker there.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has found the U.S. will continue to support Ukraine's war effort against Russia, even if Congress is still stalled over the funding for additional weapons. Lloyd Austin and other defense leaders meeting in Germany to discuss aid for Ukraine. This meeting comes a week after defense officials found and used $300 billion in some contract savings to fund a new package of military aid for Ukraine.
The long national nightmare is over. Baseball is back. And the opening act is an NL West showdown in Seoul, South Korea. MLB's first regular season games in South Korea. Game 1 of the Seoul series will be tomorrow. If you want to wake up, set your alarm for 3 a.m. because it's going to start at 3:05 first pitch our time. This is going to be Shohei Ohtani's Dodgers debut. Of course, he's not going to pitch, but he will serve as DH.
I'm just going to keep playing and just screw it up over and over again and see until maybe.
What's going on here? Anyway, the big news overnight was from the exhibition game there in South Korea, where a South Korean actress appeared to throw out the first pitch.
John Jung-so.
Beautiful girl.
You've seen her in such films as Ballerina and in the current TV series Wedding Impossible. And she threw a pitch. Like, that's what they do when you throw first pitch. She's on the mound. You know, usually some of these people who are afraid they're not going to be able to make it 60 feet, 6 inches will stand in front of the mound. But she did the whole thing.
It almost looks like anime, doesn't it? Her body. I mean, it's perfect. Everything is perfect on her.
She's very slight.
Very slight, tiny waist, big butt, big boobs, crop top. She's wearing a Dodgers crop top with like stretchy pants, and then the baseball socks up to her knees.
Yeah.
It's time for Dodger baseball.
What do you think Finn would have said about John Jung-so?
He would have said something like, "She's a lovely looking lady."
Yes.
Look at that lovely looking girl.
The video of the dugout, though,
showed a bunch of dudes being a bunch of dudes. They looked sophomoric, juvenile, yes. But that's what dudes do.
I'm not saying they don't. I think
what should not have happened is the camera guy should not have kept going back. It's like, we get it. She's a hottie.
And now, it's not like they were sitting on the top step of the dugout and going, check out the knock.
But they kind of were.
Can on that gal.
Yeah.
But if you were to read the lips, that's what it definitely looks like.
Right. It looked like boys looking at a pretty female.
So again, the game starts 3:05 early tomorrow morning. They're going to replay it in a couple of different places. I believe you'll be able to hear it live on our station down the hall at 80570 LA Sports later in the day also. In fact, we have a party to go to tomorrow. Oh, I'm sorry. It's during our show.
That's what all the parties are scheduled.
All of the fun parties are.
Is Tim Cates going to be in here at 3 in the morning?
I assume so.
Text him and ask.
Get him a question. Tyler Glasnow's going to start game 1. Yoshinobu Yamamoto is going to start game 2. And again, they're just playing these two games early tomorrow morning, early Thursday morning in South Korea before the Padres and Dodgers come back to the States, to the state, I guess, and they will then begin the regular season continue their regular season on the same day that everybody else begins their regular season, which is coming up in a couple of weeks. So I don't know how the players feel about these types of trips. We've done it in Japan before. They've done it in Mexico City.
As long as you've got girls like that throwing out the first pitch, I think they're fine with it.
Dodgers went to Australia. They played on that cricket pitch one time.
It's just odd that these games would count. You know, it's one thing to just develop goodwill and, international reach and all of that, but the fact that they count when you're pretty discombobulated, I don't think.
And they're going to sell out the games. I mean, the exhibition games that the teams played in Korea were sold out.
Yeah.
So, of course, they would sell out the games because these are especially the Dodgers, I mean, just an absolute stacked lineup that is internationally known because of this. So, I'm excited.
Are you excited? Will you wake up at 3? You might.
I could. I doubt I would, but
I just don't want you coming in here all drunk tomorrow.
I think tomorrow my wife has to get up early, so I'd set the alarm and catch part of the game, probably.
Yeah, maybe not the first pitch.
No, that seems a little aggressive. Especially, these aren't my teams.
Yeah, but you've been waiting for baseball. You've been waiting for it to come back. You haven't even been wearing your outfits.
No.
What's going on with that? Usually the outfits have surfaced by now.
Well, I thought about doing it just starting on opening day and making my way through the season to see how deep I could get wearing just a baseball shirt the entire time.
Yeah.
So when my Giants signed Blake Snell. I mean, I don't think the ink is dry yet, but Blake Snell's going to be pitching for the Giants. A lot of people have said the Giants are an awful team. They have an awful front office right now, and they're doing things awfully.
That's what they said about the Rams, but they showed up last season.
Yeah. So the other notable thing, which is not notable unless you're a West Coast baseball person, Rennell Brooks Moon, who was the PA voice of the Giants Stadium when it was back AT&T.
She was a morning radio show. They moved her every day.
She was officially announced as the public address announcer emeritus, which means they fired her.
Yeah.
She's the only, I don't know, I couldn't look through the press list. I couldn't see the name.
She willingly leave.
They had a dispute over money.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So she was like, you know what? I had a good run, and I'll be fine.
You're available.
You can't do it from here.
No. But you could do this show from there.
And most of the games would be at night. There'd be no conflict. Fine. Okay. All right.
I mean, you have your marriage to work on.
Well, there might be that. There's the whole family thing.
But maybe she'd be willing to let you go for a seasonal opportunity.
The wife?
Yeah.
I'll run it by her. See what
she's busy.
Run her up the flagpole.
All right. Coming up next, we will talk about all these burglaries in Orange County. Oh, and don't forget about Cedar, the goat.
Are we going to have to play songs?
Is Cedar a male goat or a female goat?
We'll find out, won't we?
Because you can milk both of them.
Right. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Two school board members in Orange County who pushed conservative policies appear to have been recalled.
All of the culture board issues are not what the recall was about.
Recall organizer Michelle Weisenberg says the board members were pushing solutions to politically exaggerated problems that don't exist.
Our main issue was the chaos for loss of staff, the bleeding of money.
Orange School Board member Rick Ledesma says the policies were about protecting parental rights and improving education.
I'm talking about the child's grown up at 6 years old. Then how are we going to raise these test scores that are so low?
New board members can be appointed once election results are final. In Orange, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
A man in Long Beach who ran to help an elderly woman who's being robbed is recovering from stabbing injuries. Brian Teku says he saw the attack while driving March 10th and pulled over to help the woman.
I asked her if she was okay, and what happened is she said that her belongings had been stolen by someone running down the street.
The Good Samaritan got into a fight with the robber and was able to get the woman's cell phone back. He says he felt sick while driving home and called 911. Doctors at the hospital discovered he had been stabbed in the upper body. He suffered a punctured lung and had internal bleeding. Cops later found and arrested the alleged robber.
4, 3, 2, 1, ignition. And the liftoff of Falcon 9 goes Starlink. Go SpaceX.
Falcon 9 SpaceX rocket carrying 22 Starlink satellites to low Earth orbit is launched from Vandenberg Space Force Base. The launch last night lit the sky over Southern California. It was the 10th launch for the Falcon 9 first stage booster, which has launched 7 other Starlink missions and 2 missions for the U.S. Space Development Agency. President Biden is heading to Nevada and Arizona to hold campaign events. ABC's Karen Travers says Biden's first stop is in Reno, where he will join volunteers and local leaders at a Democratic Party office.
Next, he travels to Las Vegas to deliver remarks on lowering costs for American families. He wraps up his day with a stop in Phoenix, Arizona, visiting a Mexican restaurant.
She says that's where Biden will announce a national organizing program to mobilize Latino voters for his re-election campaign. A UN-backed report says northern Gaza could be hit by famine any time between now and May. The report yesterday said more than 70% of Gaza's 2.3 million people are facing catastrophic hunger.
The extent of Israel's continued restrictions on the entry of aid into Gaza, together with the manner in which it continues to conduct hostilities, may amount to the use of starvation as a method of war.
The UN's Commissioner for Human Rights, Volker Turk, says that's a war crime. Turk says Israel must allow aid to be distributed without impeding. We're done in the 101 next.
Oh my goodness, these deals are too good right now at Dorset Buick GMC there in Pasadena. As always, the KFI fan gets the best hookup. Listen to this. For March, you can get a 2024 GMC Sierra 1500 Pro Graphite Edition, and get ready for this. You get a $3,500 Thorson discount, $2,750 of customer cash, $2,500 worth of Buick GMC loyalty cash, $1,250 March Madness cash, and a $10,000 net discount from MSRP. Give Ted a call over at the dealership. He will give you all the details, or head into the showroom, Thorson Buick GMC in Pasadena.
Southline weather from KFI, sunny. Highs low to mid 70s from Metro LA in Ladosi and the IE. Mid to upper 70s in the valleys. Highs in the mid 60s to around 70 in the high desert. And at the beaches, we do have a slight chance of showers in the high desert. Right now, 65 in La Palma, is 63 in Irvine. We have a crash on the 101 in Encino.
Southbound outbound Lowell Boulevard. That crash is taking up the 2 right lanes. You're jammed from Tampa. Headed through Inglewood, the 405 at La Tierra stall blocks the second lane from the left. You're stopped from Imperial Highway. And in Long Beach, the 405 northbound after Cherry, a crash on the right shoulder has you slow from the 605. Paramount, the 710 southbound at Rosecrans. A vehicle fire has that off-ramp shut down. You're stopped from Firestone Boulevard. And in Corona, the slow go on the 91 westbound between the 15 and Green River. KFI, the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph, college hoops fans. It's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. If you are older in Indiana only, bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
So, I'm the type of guy who tends to forget things. A lot. My keys are always missing, I'm not great with names, and my signature catchphrase is, I know it's around here somewhere. That's why I get my haircut at Great Clips. Their skilled, friendly stylists save my haircut details and clip notes. So, every time I need a cut, I can get the look I want without having to remember a thing. Oh yeah, download the app today. Great Clips. It's going to be great.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
iHeartRadio, Did You Know? Presented by iHeartRadio. You know, what you're listening to right now. Did you know that iHeartRadio not only lets you listen to all your favorite AM/FM stations locally and nationwide for free, but iHeartRadio also has a team of people who are as passionate about music as you, working round the clock to hand curate playlists perfect for any mood or activity. We know the right soundtrack can help set the mood, change your mood, or enhance any activity. And that's why we have thousands of playlists to fit any situation. The best part, you can listen to all your playlists for free. Tap the playlist tab in the iHeartRadio app and explore the playlist to help you get in the zone while working out, chill when it's time to wind down, playlists for a party, sleeping, cooking, gaming, or road tripping. Playlists curated with the best hits from every decade and playlists with the biggest hits from every genre. Tap the playlist tab and discover all the playlists available to you free from iHeartRadio. #1 for music, radio, and podcasting, all in one app.
AM 640.
An iHeartRadio station
For stimulating talk.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. While senior citizens battle for the White House, younger leaders on the rise in the Senate. Quietly so. We'll talk about it at Smoke Watch, coming up after Denver's news at the top of the hour.
Well, a former White House advisor, Peter Navarro, has reported to a federal prison in Miami to begin a 4-month sentence for refusing to comply with a congressional subpoena related to January 6th attack. The Navarro said they can put me in prison, they can put you in prison. During a parking lot press conference today, just before he went into the facility, said no mistake about that. They're coming after Donald Trump with the same tactics, tools, and strategies that they used to put me over there today. Navarro's last-ditch bid to stay free while appealing his contempt of Congress conviction was shot down by Chief Justice John Roberts in an in-chambers opinion, a written explanation for his ruling on the case, in which he didn't refer to the full court. Roberts said he denied Navarro's application because the former Trump White House economic advisor forfeited any argument challenging the district court's conclusion that executive privilege was not invoked by Trump, citing an appeals court decision.
There have been a rash of burglaries in Irvine over the past month. Now the police there issuing a warning to homeowners.
Corbin Carson is joining us live now, the latest on this string of burglaries. Corbin, what's going on?
In Southern California, general just burglaries and a rise in crime in this area. Police in Irvine are just trying to get people to be on alert about these burglaries over the last month. I spoke with Irvine Police Sergeant Carrie Davies this morning. She says the goal here is to just keep people prepared.
We had 34 burglaries in the last 35 days, and that's about one a day on average. And that includes burglaries that cover residential burglaries, that include the professional crews coming in from the backyard area. This covers garage burglaries. Of the 34, 7 of those were what we deemed professional burglars, meaning they're organized, they travel in groups of 2 or more, and they typically hit through the backyard, travel up to the second story window or slider, and gain access that way. They're typically looking for cash, jewelry, and items of value that they can put in a backpack and take off.
Yeah, so again, it's unclear, she says, how many of these burglaries can be attributed to those international burglary rings, but here's what she says they know about the majority of them now.
The descriptions that we've been given from some of the surveillance that we did has run the gamut. It's not any one culture or description. Typically, they're dressed in dark clothing, hoodies. They can have baseball caps on, and they'll try to cover their face with masks. They're carrying backpacks. So if you see somebody walking up in the hillside or in the open area carrying a backpack and kind of scoping out your residence, that's probably a phone call that you should make to the Irvine Police Department so we can try to catch these people.
Yeah, so there you go. 34 burglaries in 35 days, about one a day is basically what they're seeing.
Let's talk about this idea that there's a lot of articles yesterday in different places regarding the international tourist burglars come into the country on their visas, then leave with either the money or the loot that they came through and ripped out of our homes. Any connections to that? Are they saying outright they're looking at that as a possibility, or just kind of a rumor in the background?
It's a little bit of both. She did say there that about 20% or 7 of them were attributed to those professional type of burglary rings. She also indicated that the FBI stats show that Irvine is the safest when it comes to violent crime, but there's still some crime, and if these are people that are coming in to the city to do these type of crimes, that the best thing that people can do is be safe. She offered a bunch of tips about how people can prepare themselves to protect their home and property.
The descriptions that we've been given.
Let's talk about the descriptions. Here's the tips.
We recommend that people get to know their neighbors and their habits and exchange information so you can look out for each other. If you have a camera system, we recommend that you have the ability to access it fairly quickly. If it's motion detected, then you need to be able to check that immediately and not wait. Some of the things that we're finding is people aren't reporting these right away because they didn't check the camera when the motion went off. And then also make sure they're charged. We also recommend lighting, like floodlights that are motion sensitive in your backyard so that dusk or dark, if there's activity sense, that the light will go off, and we found that to be a deterrent. We also recommend that you get some sort of safe for your valuables, and don't just leave them in a nightstand or in a drawer, because that's the first place that these criminals will check.
Yeah, she was saying, don't get a safe that people can just carry out, because that doesn't necessarily work. And one of the things we've heard about the sort of burglary tourism that we've been hearing is that a lot of the times they go in through the second window, so the homeowners can look for their ladders are being put out, rain gutters they can climb up on, stacked patio furniture to get into that master bedroom. That's typically where they're going to start ransacking first, because that's where they're going to find typically the valuables that homeowners have left behind.
It's weird when you think about Irvine. I think it was last year, the 18th year in a row, safest city of its size in America. You got to hide your valuables in like the kitchen cabinets,
Right. I think one of the note to self. Right. One of the city people said that you can't. It's not zero crime. It's the safest for violent crime, but not zero crime. Right. So it's still you have to do what you can.
Be careful. Look out for your neighbors. Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
Well, Cedar the goat was slaughtered. Sorry, I didn't catch you up to the chase. I know, but
before you fall in love with this goat, the goat is no more.
But there's a little girl, Jessica, who wants to know what happened to Cedar.
And she's looking at her with a picture, a little goat. Look at just slaughter that goat. Looks like a male goat, doesn't it? I can't really tell.
How could you tell just from that picture?
He just looks like male in his face. A little bit.
Very male qualities, their masculinity in the goat.
The bone structure.
Got it. We'll talk about Cedar the goat and the mystery of Cedar the goat when we come back. Deborah Mark is live at the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The car has crashed into the side of a medical building in Pomona, hurting 2 people. That car drove off the 10 freeway last night before crashing on East Artesia Street. A worker trapped under his forklift at the Port of LA has died. Firefighters were called in yesterday morning to work at 270. Presidential primary elections are being held in Arizona, Florida, Illinois, Kansas, and Ohio. President Biden and President Trump hoped to secure enough delegates last week to help their parties respective nominees. Biden will be in Nevada and Arizona today. Trump was in Ohio over the weekend. Southland weather from KFI, sunny highs mid-60s, mid-70s. This report brought to you by Lowe's. We're going to the 10 in El Monte.
Westbound before Peck Road, you've got a crash still blocking the 2 left lanes. Traffic is jammed from Valley Boulevard. A crash in Encino on the 101 southbound at Balboa that blocks the 2 right lanes. You're slow from Winnetka. Paramount, 710 southbound at Rosecrans. Car fire has the off-ramp shut down. You're stopping up from Imperial Highway. And a slow go through Cleveland. Westbound, you're on the brakes between the 15 and Green River Road. KFI, the sky will get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph.
This report is sponsored by Robert Half. Robert Half research indicates 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Their recruiting professionals use proprietary AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com today.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-506-9295. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at tra.com or call 800-506-9295. That's 800-506-9295. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Dental implants. That's what you need when your teeth sadly fail you, when they fall out, hurt, when your teeth embarrass you, hinder your ability to eat, talk, socialize, kiss, get a promotion, or make you feel sick. Thousands of people like you are choosing dental implants from DentalImplantsGPS.com. Dental Implants GPS Full Mouth Dental Implants, trusted by over 350 local dentists who refer their patients to the elite specialist team at DentalImplantsGPS.com. Call 800-849-6700 when researching the right provider. Doctors' expertise is critical. Price, time of treatment, location are secondary to trusting the right team to provide a lifelong smile, getting you off the expensive hamster wheel of dental fixes. GPS offers the highest level of specialists, several locations, and competitive pricing. Right now, radio listeners take advantage of special pricing. 1-800-849-6700.
Power 3 are spring at Lowe's with Ego, the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Buy one select string trimmer, blower, or mower kit. Get one select 56-feet battery free. Valid through 4/3. While supplies last, selection varies by location. Mainstein Sharp. Thinking about selling your home? You know, if it's not in tip-top shape, you could lose 20 to 50% of its value. So before you sell, please call my friends at Revive Real Estate. See if you qualify for the most innovative selling solution that I have ever seen. Buy your home just like any other buyer. Then they will use their expertise to renovate it and sell it for top dollar. But here comes the game changer. That is when Revive pays you again for the additional profit. You heard that right. You get a second check. Revive Real Estate has programs like this for every homeowner, and right now the average client makes an additional $188,000 that they would have otherwise left on the table. It's what Revive does, help you maximize your home's value. To find out if your home qualifies, go to KFIRevive.com or dial pound 250 and say Revive. That's KFIRevive.com or dial pound 250 and say Revive.
Moments like making my kids my famous meatballs mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that has spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance, palbociclib. Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative MBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations like 24/7 comedy.
They were really going up holes. The back would be up thick.
When you need to laugh, just open the free iHeartRadio app and search comedy.
I know that's his face.
iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
It's been 3 months since I've had a drink. I don't feel better. I'm not easier to live with, and I miss it every single second of every day.
There's so much that we share in common, right? And one of the things we share in common is that we enjoy a cocktail. I'm starting to feel like I'm making a mistake.
No, you're not. I am. I am.
The Tim Connolly Jr. Show.
You're living life the right way.
Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI.
And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
On Capitol Hill today, two of the nation's top former military officials testify about the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan in August of 21. Former Joint Chiefs of Staff Chair, retired General Mark Milley, former CENTCOM and Department of Defense Commander, retired General Kenneth McKenzie, going before the House Foreign Affairs Committee today. Last year, Milley had called the withdrawal a strategic failure and said he had a lot of regrets about how the U.S. operations in that country ended almost 3 years ago now. So we'll talk more about that in the small first talk.
We're going to need some music for the mystery
This kind of music.
of what happened to Cedar the goat.
Cedar was a fun little goat, fun little guy, raised by Jessica Long.
A white and brown goat.
Jessica Long's daughter, that is.
Looks like the flank is white, maybe some brown on both sides of Cedar the goat's face.
Now, Cedar the goat had been raised by this little girl to enter into the 4-H program at the Shasta District Fair.
Yeah, it teaches children about the process of raising and caring for livestock to provide food, as ranchers and farmers do. You learn things like you could milk a male goat, I would assume, at the 4-H program.
Do you know what the H's are?
Horses.
No.
Home.
Yes. Health.
Happiness.
Hands, head, health.
Knees and toes.
Head, heart, hands, health.
This is like the song from It's the one the sister sings, I think. No. They all sing it together at the end. Egg Kellerman's and you know that one? Wow, thanks for making me sound even dumber. That's how it goes. All right, so anyway, before the animal was to be slaughtered, the little girl who raised Cedar the goat begged, "Can I please keep my goat? It has become a beloved pet."
Okay, now, again, the point of 4-H, at least the way I remember it when I was in high school, was it was about raising and caring for livestock because they're food.
Yeah.
And you and I came from I think my area was much more dairy and cattle heavy.
Yeah.
We were the ones who provided you.
We had paved roads.
Beef bourguignon.
Yes, I appreciate that.
Paved roads, please. So, Jessica, Mom, took Cedar from the barn at the fair and said, "Listen, I'm so sorry, but my daughter loves this.
I'll pay you for the goat.
Yes.
Any expenses." And Shasta District Fair officials refused. They threatened that this woman could be charged with grand theft.
Why?
Because the animal had been sold at auction. Officials then reach out to the Shasta County Sheriff's Office. They get a search warrant. They send deputies across Northern California to find and seize the goat.
Before the county barbecue.
The story of Cedar the goat sparked a California bill that would allow kids to enter animals in county fairs without the risk of the animals being butchered. It has sparked a huge debate about your beloved 4-H program, whether a child should be allowed to back out of it, about the officials just getting a decision to use law enforcement to seize the goat. But missing in all of this is, what happened to Cedar? Who killed Cedar? Who ended up with Cedar's meat? Who gave the green light to kill the goat that had turned into the beloved pet of Jessica's?
You've got 3 main players outside of Jessica, her daughter, and Cedar. You've got BJ McFarland, the livestock manager for the Shasta Fair Association.
Yeah, and my money's on BJ.
The Shasta Fair chief executive, Melanie Silva, and Kathy Muse, a 4-H volunteer and organizer for the county.
No, an organizer for the county barbecue.
County barbecue, sorry.
She's the one who needs to come up with the meat.
So, fair officials have said they don't know what happened. They don't know who took Cedar. They don't know who authorized it to be butchered. Those 3 officials at the center have been pointing the fingers at each other. So, just to give you an idea of how circular this argument has been, one deposition, the attorneys asked the livestock manager whether or not the goat was given to another bidder in the livestock auction. And he said, "Yeah, maybe. I believe that's what happened." And he said, "Well, who would know that for sure?" And he says, "Well, I'm pretty sure the chief executive of the fair, Melanie Silva, would know that." So they asked her, "Where did it physically go?" She said, "I don't know." "Well, who would?" And she said, "Kathy," again, she's the volunteer, the 4-H volunteer, organizer for the barbecue. And when Kathy was asked, she said, "I don't know what happened. I was told he went back to somebody that had a problem with another goat that had been butchered, so we replaced Cedar with that goat." And then said, "Well, who would know exactly?" And she pointed the finger back to the chief executive of the fair, Melanie Silva.
Circular.
Nobody knows.
Everyone's pointing
Ideology that'll be able to reach a point where instead of deciding things based on social norms or whatever the culture is accepted for, that we can look at things more objectively and rationally. Well, eventually, we still call it artificial general intelligence, even if we do that, and people certainly do are influenced by whatever their people that they respect
the real estate firm says, "Well, we
feel is correct, and will be as influenced by as people are. We'll still call it artificial general intelligence. We are starting to check what large language models come up with search engines, and that's actually making them more correct. But we have to actually continue on this curve. We need more
data to be able to store everything. This is not enough data to be able to store everything correctly. This is large amounts of large language models, which we don't have storage for the data.
So that's what's holding us back is data and storage.
Yeah, we also have to have the correct storage. So that's really where the effort is going, to be able to get rid of these hallucinations.
That's a fun thing to say, hallucinations in terms of artificial intelligence.
Well, we usually come up with wrong things. Like large language models is not really the correct way to talk about this. It doesn't know language, but there's a lot of other things it knows. We're using them now to come up with medicines. For example, the Moderna vaccine, we wrote down every possible type of medicine that might that might work. There's actually several billion mRNA sequences, and we then tested them all and did that in two days. So I actually came up with tested several billion and decided on it in 2 days. We then tested it with people. We'll be able to overcome that as well because we'll be able to test it with machines. But we actually did test it with people for 10 months. There was still a record.
So for machines, when they start testing medications with machines, how will they audit that? So the concept will be that you take into account biological variability, all the different factors that would lead the person to have an adverse reaction to a certain compound, and then you program all the known data about how things interact with the body.
Right. I mean, you need to be able to simulate all the different possibilities.
Right. And then come up with like a number of how many people would be adversely affected by something.
That's one of the things that we look at.
And then advocacy based on age.
But that should be done really.
The question would be like, who's in charge of that data? Like, how does that get resolved? And what if artificial intelligence is still prone to hallucinations, and they start using those hallucinations to justify medications, that can be a bit of an issue, especially if it's controlled by corporations that want to make a lot of money.
Well, that's the issue. Yeah, we'll do it correctly.
So we'll have to there's going to have to be a point in time where we all decide that artificial intelligence has reached this place where we can trust it and flip it.
Right, well, that's why they take down the leading candidate, and that's testing with people. But we'll be able to get rid of the testing with people once we can have reliance on the simulation. So we've got to make the simulations correct. But like right now, we actually tested with people, and that takes, well, it took 10 months in this case.
When you look at artificial intelligence and you look at the expansion of it, the ultimate place that it will eventually be, what do you see happening inside of our lifetime, like inside of 20 years? Like what kind of revolutionary changes on society will this have?
Well, one thing I feel will happen in 5 years, by 2029, is we'll reach longevity escape velocity. So right now you go through a year, and you use up a year of your longevity. You're then a year older. However, we do have scientific progress, and we're coming up with new cures for diseases and so on. Right now you're getting back about 4 months. So you lose a year, but through scientific progress, you're getting back 4 months. So you're only losing 8 months. However, the scientific progress is progressing exponentially. And by 2029, you'll get back a full year. So you lose a year, but you get back a year, and you can pretty much stay in the same place.
So by 2029, you'll be back.
And that's 2029, we let you get that more than we did. You'll get that. No, but you'll, in terms of the longevity, you'll get that more than a year.
Right. So you'll be able to go essentially go back and biologically, lengthening of the telomeres, changing elasticity of the skin.
Eventually, you'll be able to do that. It doesn't guarantee you living forever. I mean, you can have a 10-year-old and he's got many decades of longevity, and he could die tomorrow.
But overall, there's the expansion of the
and that's something that we're going to get. And also using the same type of logic as far as language models, but that's not language, you're actually creating medications. So we should call it large event models, not large language models, because it's not just dealing with language, it's dealing with all kinds of things.
When I talked to you 10 years ago, you were telling me about this pretty extensive supplement.
So I'm trying to get to the point where we have longevity escape velocity in good shape. Yes, I do follow that. I take maybe 80 pills a day and some injections and so on. Yes, sometimes. So far it works.
Have you ever gone off of it? See what you feel like going on?
Well,
why do that, right?
I mean, it seems to work. And there's evidence behind it.
How old are you now?
76.
You look good. You look good for 76, man. That's great. So it's doing something.
Yeah, I think it's working.
And so your goal is to get to that point where they start doing you live a year, stay static, and then eventually get back to you.
Right, it's not that far off. If you're diligent, I think we'll get there by 2029. And not everybody's diligent. So.
Correct. Now, past that, this is for life extension, which is great. But what about how AI is going to change society?
Yeah, so that's a very big issue, and it's already doing lots of things. Make some people uncomfortable. What we're actually doing is increasing our intelligence. I mean, right now you have a brain that has different modules in it to deal with different things, but really it's able to connect one concept to another concept, and that's what your brain does. You can actually increase that by, for example, carrying around a phone. This has connections in it. It's a little bit of a hassle to use. If I ask you to do something, you gotta kind of mess with it. Actually, it'd be good if this actually listened to your conversation.
Oh, it does.
And without saying anything, you're just talking, and it says, "Oh, the name of that actress is so and so."
Yeah, Prince is a busybody. So you interfering with your life, talking to you all the time.
Well, there's ways of dealing with that too.
You shut it off.
We don't. So we haven't done that yet. But that's a way of expanding your connections. What a large language model does, it has connections in it as well. And the fact it's getting now to a point that's getting fairly comparable to the human brain. We have about 1 trillion connections in our brain. Things like the top model from Google or GPT-4, they have about 400 billion connections approximately. There'll be 1 trillion probably within a year. That's pretty comparable to what the human brain does. Eventually we'll go beyond that, and we'll have access to that. So it's basically making us smarter. So if you have the ability to be smarter, that's something that's positive, really. I mean, if we were like mice today, and we had the opportunity to become like humans, we wouldn't object to that. In fact, we are humans and we don't object to that. And this is going to basically make us smarter. Eventually, we'll be much smarter than we are today. And that's a positive thing. We'll be able to do things that are today that we find bothersome in a way that's much more palatable.
The idea of us getting smarter sounds great. Great. It'd be great to be smarter.
But, right, when people object to that, because it's like competition. Well, I mean, Google has, I don't know, 70,000 programmers. How many programmers are exist in the world? How much longer is that going to be a viable career? Because Los Angeles models already can code.
Yeah.
Not quite as good as a real expert coder, but how long is that going to be? It's not going to be 100 years. It's going to be 30 years. So people see it as competition. I have a slightly different view of that. I see these things as actually adding to our own intelligence, and we're merging with these kinds of computers, making ourselves smarter by merging with it. And eventually it'll go inside our brain and be able to make us smarter instantly, just like we have more connections inside our own brain.
Well, I think people have reservations always when it comes to great change. And this is probably the greatest change. The greatest change we've ever experienced in our lifetimes for sure has been the internet. And this will make that look like it'll change everything. And it seems inevitable. I understand that people are upset about it, but it just seems like what human beings were sort of designed to do.
Right, we're the only animal that actually creates technology. Yeah, it's a combination of our brain and something else, which is our thumb. So I can imagine something. Oh, if I take that leaf from a tree, I could create a tool with it. Other animals have actually a bigger brain, like a whale, dolphins, elephants. They have a larger brain than we do, but they don't have something equivalent to the thumb. Monkey has something that looks like the thumb, but it's actually hinged down and it doesn't actually work very well. So they can actually create a tool, but they don't create a tool that's powerful enough to create the next tool. So we're actually able to use our tools and create something that's that much more significant. So we can create tools. And that's really part of who we are. It makes us sound much more intelligent. And that's a good thing.
Affairs Committee, former Joint Chiefs of Staff Chair, retired General Mark Milley, and former CENTCOM commander, retired General Kenneth McKenzie, have been testifying.
So here's U.S. personal income per capita. So this is the average amount that we make per person in constant dollars. And it's just
yeah, we make a lot more money, but things cost a lot more money too, right?
No, this is constant dollars.
Constant dollars in relation to the inflation.
Yeah, so this is not to show you inflation. These are constant dollars. So we're actually making that much more each year on average.
Revenue doesn't mean inflation, correct? So it's not taking into account the rise in costs.
Well, it is. Oh, it is. So we're making that much more in constant dollars. If you look over the past 100 years, we've made about 10 times a month.
I wonder if there's a similar chart about sort of just material possessions. I wonder if, like, how much more we're purchasing and creating. I've always felt like that's one of the things that materialism is one of those instincts that human beings sort of look down upon, and this aimless pursuit of buying things.
But I feel like that motivates technology because the constant need for the newest, greatest thing is one of the things that fuels the creation and innovation of new things.
But if you were to go back 100 years, you'd be very unhappy.
Oh yeah, because you wouldn't have. You wouldn't have computers. You wouldn't have anything. You'd have most things you've grown accustomed to.
Yeah.
And of course, August 26th is when.
Unless that's what you want. Also, we didn't live very long.
Service members and at least 170
Average
families of several of those service members who were killed in that
life was 48 years in 1900. It's 35 years in 1800. Right. Go back 1,000 years, it was 20 years. That takes into account child mortality too, though, right? But it's also injury. Yeah. Some people did live long. Like there's people that lived back then. If nothing happened, they did live long. That was actually very rare. Because most of it happened to people. Most people, by the time you get to 80, you had at least one hospital. Something's gone wrong. Broken arm, broken this, broken that. It was very rare to make it to 80, right? 200 years ago. But the human body was physically capable. Right. Well, our human body can go on forever if you fix things properly. There's nothing in our body that means that you have to die at 100 or even 120. We can go on really indefinitely.
Well, that's the groundbreaking work today, right? They're treating disease, or excuse me, age as if it is a disease, not just an inevitable consequence of our lives.
And our FDA doesn't accept that, but they're actually beginning to accept it.
They're forced into it. The concept of artificial general intelligence scares a lot of people also because of Hollywood, right? The Terminator films and things along those lines. How far away are we, do you think, from actual artificial humans, or will we ever get there? Will we integrate before that takes place?
I mean, all of this additional intelligence that we're creating is something that we use. And it's just like it came with us. So we're actually making ourselves more intelligent. And ultimately that's a good thing. And if we have it, and then we say, well, gee, we don't really like this, let's take it away, people would never accept that. They may be against the idea of general intelligence, but once they get it, nobody wants to give that up. And it will be beneficial. The Luddites started 200 years ago because the cotton ginny came out, and all these people that were making money with the cotton ginny were against it. They would actually destroy these machines at night. And they said, gee, if this keeps going, all jobs are going to go away. And indeed, people using cotton ginny to create more wealth, that did go away. But we actually made more money because we created things that didn't exist then. We didn't have anything like electronics with it. And as we can actually see, we make 10 times as much in constant dollars as we did 100 years ago. And if you were to ask, well, what are people going to be doing? You couldn't answer because you didn't understand. And there's probably technologies outside that are exactly. They're going to extend it. They're going to extend life.
But are they going to create life?
Well, we know how to create life.
What I think is that human beings are some sort of a biological pattern that makes a cocoon that gives birth to electrons. I think we are creating a life form, and that we're merely conduits for this thing.
and that all of our instincts, and ego, and emotions, all these things feed into it, materials feed into it. We keep buying, we keep innovating, and technology keeps increasing exponentially. And eventually it's going to be artificial intelligence, and artificial intelligence is going to create better artificial intelligence, that form of being that has no limitations in terms of what it's capable of doing. Capable of traveling anywhere, not having any biological limitations in terms of.
But that's going to be ourselves. I mean, we're going to be able to create life that is like humans, but far greater than we are today.
With an integration of technology, yeah. If we choose to go that route. But that's the prediction that you have, that we'll go that route, like a neural link type deal, something along those lines.
Right, so I don't see this competition, like the things are going to.
No, I don't think it's competition.
I think, well, it will seem like that. I mean, if you have a job doing coding,
right,
and suddenly they don't really want you anymore because they can do coding with a large language model, it's going to feel like it's competition.
Well, there's an issue now with films. Tyler Perry, who owns, and he was building an $800 million television studio, and he stopped production. What is it called? Sora? Is that what it's called, Jamie? He stopped production when he saw the capabilities of AI just for creating visuals, scenes, movies. There's one that's incredibly impressive. It's Tokyo. They're walking down the street in Tokyo in the winter. So it's snowing, and they're walking down the street, and you look at it, you're like, this is insane. This looks like film. See if you can find that film. Because it's incredible.
Would you want to get rid of that?
Get rid of what?
That capability.
No, I don't want to get rid of the capability.
Right, but people do.
Well, people that make movies, people that actually film things with cameras and use actors are going to be very upset. So this is all fake, which is insane. Beautiful snowy Tokyo City is bustling. The camera moves through the bustling city street, following several people enjoying the beautiful snowy weather and shopping at nearby stalls. Gorgeous sakura petals are flying through the wind along with snowflakes. And this is what you get. I mean, this is insanely good. The variability, like just the way people are dressed. If you saw this somewhere else, look at this, a robot's life in a cyberpunk setting. If you saw this, you would say, oh, they filmed this. But just look at what they're able to do with animation and kids movies.
It's going to get better.
Yeah, it's just incredible.
I mean, it's a new art form.
So right there, the smoke looks a little uniform. But yeah,
I mean, there's some problems with this, but
not much. Yeah. And you imagine what it was like 5 years ago, and imagine what it's going to be like 5 years from now.
Absolutely.
And it's insane. No one took into consideration the idea that kids are going to be cheating on their school papers using ChatGPT, but my kids tell me that's a real problem in school now.
Yes, definitely.
So no one saw that coming. No one saw this coming. And what we're at now is with ChatGPT 4, right? 4.5. So
well, 4.5 is coming.
4.5 is coming. 5 is supposed to be the massive leap.
It'll be a leap, just like 3 to 4 was a massive leap. So,
yeah,
but it's gonna continue. It's never gonna be finished.
Right, it'll keep going, and it will also be able to make better versions of itself, correct?
And yes, well, we do that. I mean, technology does that already.
Right, but if you scale that out 100 years from now, what are you looking at? You're looking at a god.
Well, it'll be less than 100 years.
So you're looking at a god in 50 years?
Less than that. I mean, once we have an ability to emulate everything that humans can do, and not just one human, but all humans.
Yes.
And that's only like 2029. That's only 5 years from now.
And then it will make better versions of that. So it will probably solve a lot of the problems that we have in terms of energy storage, data speeds,
right,
computation speeds,
and also medications.
For us.
For humans, yeah.
Wouldn't it be better just to download yourself into this beautiful electronic body? Why do you want to be biological?
I mean, ultimately, that's what we're going to be able to do.
You think that's going to happen?
Yeah. So do you think that we'll be able to, we'll be able to create, the singularity is when we multiply our intelligence in a million fold. That's 2045. So that's not that long from now. It's like 20 years from now.
Right.
And therefore, most of your intelligence will be handled by the computer part of ourselves. The only thing that won't be captured is what comes with our body originally. We'll ultimately be able to do that as well. It'll take a little longer, but we'll be able to actually capture what comes with our normal body and be able to recreate that. That also has to do with how long we live, because if everything is backed up, right now, anytime you put anything into a phone or any kind of electronics, it's backed up. So, this has a lot of data. I could flip it and it ends up in
that's going to be consciousness.
That's going to be the case of our normal biological body as well.
What's to stop someone like Donald Trump from just making 100,000 versions of himself? Like if you could back someone up, could you duplicate it? Couldn't you have 3 or 4 of them? Couldn't you have a bunch of them? Couldn't you live multiple lives?
Yes.
Would you be interacting with each other while you're living multiple lives, having consultations about what is St. Louis Ray doing? Well, I don't know. Let's talk to San Francisco Ray. San Francisco Ray is talking to Florida Ray.
It's basically a matter of increasing our intelligence and being able to multiply comfort, for example, that comes with that.
Do you think there'll be regulations on that to stop people from making 100,000 versions of themselves that operate a city?
There'll be lots of regulations. There's lots of regulations we have already. You can't just create a medication and sell it to people who cures this disease.
Right.
There's a tremendous amount of regulations.
Sure, but we don't really with phones. Like with your phone, you could essentially, if you have the money, make as many copies of that as you want.
Yeah, sure. There are some regulations. We regulate everything. But,
yeah.
But you're right. Generally, electronics doesn't have as much regulation.
Right. And when you get to a certain point, we will be electronic.
Yes. Certainly, if we multiply our intelligence a million-fold, everything, that additional million-fold of yours is not regulated.
Right. When you think about the concept of integration and technological integration, when do you think that will start taking place, and what will be the initial usage of it? Like, what will be the first version, and what would they provide?
Well, we have it now. Large language models are pretty impressive. If you look at what they can do,
I'm talking about physical integration with the human body, like a neuralink type thing.
Right. Some people feel that we could actually understand what's going on in your brain and actually put things into your brain without actually going into the brain with something like Neuralink.
So something that like sits on the outside of your head?
Yeah. It's clear to me that if that's feasible. I've been assuming that you have to actually go in. Neuralink isn't exactly what we want because it's too slow. And it actually will do what it's advertised to do. Like I actually know some people like this who were active people and they completely lost the ability to speak and to understand language and so on. And so they can't actually say anything to you. And we can use something like Neuralink to actually have them express something. They can think something and then have it be expressed to you.
Right, and they're doing that, right? They have the first patient that was, yeah. And apparently that person can move the cursor around on the screen.
Right, and that's why you can do anything fairly slow. The Neuralink is slow. If you really want to extend your brain, you need to do it.
But isn't that going to increase exponentially as well?
Yeah, absolutely.
So how long?
Well, it's gotta be like 20,
In the polling. Easy to stop in Nevada, Arizona, and Texas.
because that's when the singularity exists, and we can actually multiply our intelligence on the order of a million-fold.
And when you say 2045, what is the source of that estimation?
Which means the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Because we'll be able to, based actually on this chart, and also the increase in the ability of software to also expand, we'll be able to multiply our intelligence a million-fold.
So this is just following the current graph of progress?
Yeah, exactly.
So if you follow the current graph of progress, and if you do understand exponential growth, then what we're looking at in 2045 is inevitable.
Right.
Does that concern you at all? Are you excited about it? Or do you think it's just a thing that is happening and you're a part of it and you're experiencing it?
I think you'll be enthusiastic about it. I mean, imagine if you were to ask a mouse, would you like to actually be as intelligent as a human? Not to know what people would say, but generally that's a positive.
Yeah.
And that's what it's going to be like. We're going to be that much smarter. And once we're there, is someone going to say, "No, I don't really like this. I want to be stupid like human beings used to be." Nobody's really going to say that. Do human beings now say, "Gee, I'm really too smart. I really would like to be like a mouse"?
Not necessarily, but what people do say is that technology is too invasive, and it's too much a part of my life, and I'd like to sort of have a bit of an electronic vacation and separate from it. And there's a lot of people that I know that have gone to,
but nobody does that. I mean, nobody becomes stupid like we used to be when we were raised.
Right, but I'm not saying stupid. I'm saying some people just like being human the way humans are now. Because one of the complications that comes with the integration of technology is what we're seeing now with people. Massive increases in anxiety, social media use, being manipulated by algorithms, the effect that it has on culture, misinformation, disinformation, propaganda. There's so many different factors that are at play now that make people more anxious, more depressed statistically than ever.
I'm not sure we had more anxiety.
You're not sure?
Today than we used to have.
Well, we certainly had more when the Mongols were invading. We certainly had more anxiety and worried constantly about war. But I think people have a very heightened level of war.
I mean, 80 years ago, we had 100 million people die in Europe and Asia from World War II. We're very concerned about wars today, and they're terrible, but we're not losing millions of people.
Right, but we could. We most certainly could. With what's going on with Israel and Gaza, with what's going on with Ukraine and Russia, we can easily escalate with
those thousands of people, not millions of people.
For now. Yeah, but if it escalates to a hot war where it's involving the entire world,
what would really cause a tremendous amount of danger is something that's not really artificial intelligence. It was invented when I was a child.
This week only get $1 when you buy pizzas for 50% off when you order online. Offer ends March 24th. Order now.
5 or 6, we'd actually go outside, put our hands behind our back to protect us from nuclear war.
Do you remember those things they tell kids to get under the desk?
Yes, that's right. We went under the desk and put it,
which is hilarious. Under the desk is going to protect you from a nuclear bomb.
Right, but that's not AI.
Right. No, but AI applied to nuclear makes it more dangerous. And isn't one of the problems with AI is that AI will find a solution to a problem if you have AI running the military.
and AI says, what do you want me to do? And you say, well, I'd like to take over Taiwan. And AI says, and just implement it. No more. No gone of any sort of diplomacy or just force. Right. Hasn't happened yet. Yes. Because we do have people in charge. The people are enhanced with AI. And AI can actually help us to avoid that kind of problem by thinking through the implications of different solutions. Sure, if it has some sort of autonomy. But if we get to the point where one superpower has AI, artificial general intelligence, the other doesn't, how much of a significant advance would that be? I mean, I do think there are problems. They say there's problems with intelligence. And we'd like to stay stupid. But actually, it's better to be intelligent. Overall, sure. Right, but my question was, if there's a race to achieve AGI, how close is this race? Is it neck and neck? Is it clean? Who's at the lead? And how much capital is being pushed into companies that are at the lead? And whoever achieves it first, if that is under the control of the government, completely dependent upon what are the moral and ethics of that government, what's the Constitution, what if it happens in China, what if it happens in Russia, what if it happens somewhere other than the United States, and even if it does happen in the United States, who's controlling it? I mean, the knowledge and penetration is pretty widespread. Nobody can just capitalize on the way to do it. Nobody understands it. Knowledge of how to create a large language model or how to create the is actually pretty widespread. So you think essentially the competition is even in all the countries currently? And there's also probably espionage. There's espionage, sharing information, selling information. In terms of differences, the United States actually has superior AI. Actually, way ahead of China. Right, China is pretty good at that. They have been, yeah. So do you have any concern whatsoever in the idea that AI gets in the hands of the wrong people? So when it first gets implemented, that's the big problem. Before it exists, before artificial general intelligence really exists, it doesn't, and then it does. And then once it does, and that AGI stopped by default, then you program it to make sure it keeps track of the grid. You do whatever you can to take down the internet in these opposing places. Did you inject their computations with viruses? What could you do to stop whether it's from getting to where you're at? It's now an infinitely superior intelligence. First, if that's what your goal is, yes, yeah. Are you worried? What is your main worry? I mean, you worry about the implementation of artificial intelligence. What's your main worry?
Bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets.
I'm worried if people who have a destructive idea of how to use these capabilities. And that could happen. Chapter in the book about perils. Like what we're talking about. What do you think that is? Well, if you look at actually who controls atomic weapons, which is not AI, some of the worst people in the world. And if you were to ask people like what's the likelihood that we're going to go another 80 years and not have that happen again? Everybody would say zero, right? But it actually has happened. Shocking. Yeah. And I think there's actually some message to that. Mutual assured instruction. But the thing is, would artificial general intelligence, that has not happened. Right. It has not happened yet. But would artificial general intelligence in the control of the wrong people negate that mutually assured instruction that keeps people from doing things? Obviously, we did drop bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. We did indiscriminately kill who knows how many hundreds of thousands of people with those weapons. We did it. And if human beings were capable of doing it because no one else had it, if artificial general intelligence reaches that sentient level and is in control of the wrong people, what's to stop them from doing? There's no mutually assured destruction if you're the one who's got it. You're the only one who's got it. And you possibly, my concern is that whoever gets it could possibly stop it from being spread everywhere else and control it completely. And then you're looking at a completely dystopian world. Right. So that's, if you ask me what I'm concerned about, yeah, that's what I always want to get out of you guys, because there's so many people that are rightfully so high on this technology and the possibilities for enhancing our lives. But the concern that a lot of people have is that at what cost? And definitely, this is what we need to do. You can't do. What if you're denying yourself heaven? You ever thought of that possibility? I know that's a ridiculous abstract concept, but if heaven is real, if the idea of the afterlife is real, and it's the next level of cycle of life, what if you're stepping in artificially denying that? It's hard to imagine. It is hard to imagine, but so is life. So is the universe itself. So is the Big Bang. So is black holes. My father died when I was 22. So it's 50, 60 years ago. And he was actually a great musician, and he created fantastic music. But he hasn't done that since he died. And there's nothing that exists that is at all creative, based on, hey, we have his memories. Actually created a large language model that represented him in a few talks. Do you do that now? Yeah, in the book. When you do that, have you thought about implementing some sort of a source type deal, talking to it? Well, you can do that now in language. Right, but I mean, basically, like looking at him after a Zoom call. That's what we do in the future, to be able to capture the way he looks. But that's also feasible. It seems pretty feasible, but it's certainly it could be something representative of what he looks based on photographs that you have, right? So things like that is a reason to continue. So that we can create that and create our own ability to continue to exist. You talk to people and they say, well, I don't really want to live past life. But in my mind, if you don't exist, there's nothing for you to experience. That's just in this dimension. My thought on that, people saying that I don't want to live past life, it's like, okay, are you alive? What's the difference between now and 90? Is it just a number, or is it the deterioration of your physical body? And how much effort have you put into mitigating the deterioration of your natural body so that you can enjoy life now? Exactly. We've actually seen who would want to take their lives. People do take their lives. If they are experiencing something that's miserable, right? If they're suffering physically, emotionally, mentally, spiritually, and they just cannot stand the way life is carrying on, then they want to take their lives. Otherwise, people don't. If they're enjoying their lives, they continue. People say, I don't want to live past 100. But when they get to be 99, 99, they don't want to disappear unless they're suffering. That's what's interesting about the positive aspects of AI. Once we can manipulate human neurochemistry to the point where we figure out what is causing Great Depression, what is causing anxiety, what is causing a lot of these schizophrenic people, and we definitely have that right. We didn't have maternal issues, but schizophrenia, right? People definitely have it, for sure. But what if we get to a point where we can mitigate that? Where we can say, this is what's going on, that's why we're continuing. Right. That what I was saying, that's a good thing. That's a positive aspect of this technology. And think about also, profoundly, think about how many people do take their lives, and with this technology, would not just live happily, but also be productive, and also contribute to whatever society is doing. That's why we're counting on. Yes. But in order to do that, we do have to overcome some of the problems that you articulated. Yeah. I think what a lot of people are terrified about is that these people that are creating this technology, there's oversight, but it's oversight by people that don't necessarily understand it the way the people that are creating it, and they don't know what guardrails are in place. How safe is that, especially when it's implemented with some sort of weapons technology, or some sort of a military application, especially a military application that can be insanely profitable. And the motivations behind utilizing that are that profit. And then we do horrible things and some kind of justify it. I mean, democracy is actually an important issue here because democratic nations tend not to go to war with each other. And when you look at the way we're handling military technology, if everybody was a democracy, I think there'd be much less war. As long as it's a legitimate democracy that's not controlled by money. Right. As long as it's a legitimate democracy that's not controlled by the military-industrial complex, or the pharmaceutical industry, or whoever puts the people that are in elected places, who puts them in there? How do they get funded? And what do they represent once they get in there? Are they there for the will of the people? They're there for their own career? Do they bypass the safety and the future of the people for their own personal gain, which we've seen politicians do? There's certain problems with every system that involves human beings. This is another thing that technology enables you to do. One of the things, if you think about the worst attributes of humans, whether it's war, crime, some of the horrible things that human beings are capable of. Imagine that technology can find what causes those thoughts and behaviors in human beings and mitigate them. I've joked around about this, but if we came up with something that would elevate dopamine 300% worldwide, there would be no more war. It would be over. Everybody would be loving everybody. We'd be interacting with each other. Well, that's the point of doing this. But there would also be no catastrophe. So, you need some blues in your life. You need a little bit of that too. Or do we? Maybe we don't. Maybe that's just a byproduct of our monkey minds. And that one day we'll surpass that and get to this point of enlightenment. Enlightenment seems possible without technological innovation, but maybe not. I've never really met a truly enlightened person. I've met some people that are pretty close. But if you could get there with technology, if technology just completely elevated the human consciousness to the point where all of our conflicts will become erased, just for starters, you could actually live longer. Quite aside from the motivations of people, most people die not because of people's motivations, but because our bodies just won't last that long. Right. And a lot of people say, I don't want to live longer, which makes no sense to me. Why would you want to disappear and not be able to have any kind of experience? Well, I think some people don't think disappearing. I mean, there's a
long-held thought in many cultures that this life is but one step, and that there is an afterlife, and maybe that exists to comfort us because we deal with existential angst and the reality of our own inevitable demise. Or maybe it's a function of consciousness being something that we don't truly understand. And what you are is a soul contained in a body. And that we have a very primitive understanding of the existence of life itself and of the existence of everything.
Well, I guess that makes sense, but I don't really accept it. I mean,
Well, there's no evidence, right?
Yeah.
Right. But is it there's no evidence because we're not capable of determining it yet and understanding it? Or is it just because it doesn't exist? That's the real question. It's like, is this it? Is this everything? Or is this merely a stage? And are we monkeying with that stage by interfering with the process of life and death?
Visit coxbusiness.com for details.
Well, it makes sense.
Yeah.
But I don't really see the evidence.
I can see from your perspective. I don't see the evidence of it either, but it's a concept. It's not. Look, just when you start talking to string theorists, when you start talking about things existing and not existing at the same time, particles in superposition, you're talking about magic. You're talking about something that's impossible to wrap your head around. Even just the structure of an atom. What was that? What's in there? Nothing. How much of it is space? The entire existence of everything in the universe seems preposterous, but it's all real, and we only have a limited grasp of understanding of what this is really all about and what processes are really in place.
Right, but if you look at people's perspective, somebody gets disease, and it's kind of known they can only live like another 6 months. People are not happy with that.
No. Well, they're scared. They're scared to die. It's a natural human instinct. It keeps us alive for all these hundreds of millions of years.
Yes, but very few people would be happy with that. And if you'd have had something, gee, we have this new device, you can take this and you won't die.
Right.
Almost everybody would do that.
Sure. But would they appreciate life if they knew it had no end? Would it be the same thing? Or would it be like a lottery winner who just goes nuts and spends all their money and loses their marbles because they can't believe they can't die?
Well, first of all, it's not guaranteed to live forever.
Sure, you can get in an accident. Something can happen to you. You get injured. But if we get to a point where you have automated cars that significantly reduce the amount of automobile accidents.
Well, also, you can back up everything in a physical body as well as...
How far away are we from that? That idea? I mean, we don't really truly understand what consciousness is, correct?
Right.
So how would we be able to manipulate it or duplicate it to the point where you're putting it inside of some kind of a computation device?
Well, we know to be able to create computation that matches what our brain does. That's what we're doing with these large language models.
Right.
And we're actually very close now to what our brain can do with these large language models. So we'll be there like within a year. And we can back up the electronic version. And we'll get to the point where we can back up what our brain normally does. So we'll be able to actually back that up as well. We'll be able to detect what it is, back that up as just like a computer.
So we'll create it in the form of an artificial version of everything that it is to be a human being.
Right.
In terms of emotions, love, and excitement.
That's going to happen over the next 20 years. Not 1,000 years.
But will that be a person? I mean, or will it be some sort of a zombie? I mean, like what motivations will it have? If you can take human consciousness and duplicate it, much like you can duplicate your phone, and you make this new thing, what does that thing feel like? Does that thing live in hell? What is that experience like for that?
What about large language models? Do they really exist? Can they actually I mean, they can talk.
They certainly do, but would you want to be one?
Are we different from that?
Yeah, we're people. We shake hands. I give you a hug. Got my dog. We listen to music. You're able to do all of that. Right, but we want to. We even care. The thing is, like, a lot of what gives us joy in life is biological motivation. There's human reward systems that are put in place that allow us to
be part of who we are.
Right.
It's just like, but that's we'll also have our physical bodies as well. And that'll also be a respect of. And we'll be doing the things that we do now, except we'll be able to have them continue.
So if you get hit by a car and you die, there's another ray that just pops up. Oh, we got the backup ray. And the backup ray will have no feelings at all about having to die and come back to life.
Well, that's a question.
Yeah.
I mean, why wouldn't it be just like right is now?
Why wouldn't it? If we get to a certain point, if we figure out that if biological life is essentially a kind of technology the universe has created, and we can manipulate that to the point where we understand it, we get it, we've optimized it, and then replicate it, physically replicate it, not just replicate it in the form of in a computer, but an actual physical being.
Right. Well, that's where we're headed.
Do you anticipate that people will be happy with whatever they have? Because if you decide, I don't like being 5'6", I wish I was 6'6". I don't like being a woman. I want to be a man. I don't want to be Asian. I want to be, whatever. I want to be a black person. I want to be.
We'll actually be able to do all of those things simultaneously, and so we're not going to be limited by those kinds of happenstance.
Which is going to be very strange. Like, what will human beings look like if you give people the ability to manipulate the physical?
Well, we do things now that were impossible even 10 years ago.
We certainly do, but we don't change races, size, sex, gender, height. We don't do all of the radical increase in just through intelligence. Like, what is that going to look like? What kind of an interaction can be between human beings when you have a completely new form? You're much different physically than you ever were when you were alive. You're taller, you're stronger, you're smarter, you're faster. You're basically not really human. You're a new thing.
We're expanding who we are. We've already expanded who we are.
Sure. Right. Over the course of hundreds of thousands of years. Well, that's the concept being Australia pitching as to what we are now.
That has to do with the pace at which we make changes.
Right.
We can make changes now much more quickly than we could, 100,000 years ago.
Mm-hmm. Right, but if we can manipulate our physical form with no limitations, I mean, we're going to have 6-armed people that can fly? Like, what is it going to look like?
So, do you have a problem with that?
Yeah, I would discriminate against 6-armed people that can fly. That's the one area I allow myself to be prejudiced. Okay. No, I'm just curious as to how much time you spend.
7-armed people would be okay.
Yeah, 7-armed people is cool because, maybe 5 on one side, 2 on the other. No, it's just I'm just curious as to how much time you've spent thinking about what this could look like. And I don't think it's going to be as simple as, it's going to be Ray Kurzweil, but Ray Kurzweil as like a 30-year-old man 50 years from now. I think it's probably going to be, there are going to be all kinds of different things. You can be kind of whatever you want. You can be a bird. I mean, what's to stop? If we can get to manipulate the physical form and we can take consciousness and put it into a physical
But
form.
that's a description, I think, of something that's positive rather than negative.
You'd be a giant eagle.
I mean, negative is people that want to destroy things get power.
Sure.
And that is a problem.
Well, it's certainly improvement in terms of the
Having
viability.
7 arms and being like an eagle and so on. I mean, and you can also change that.
Right.
I think that's a positive aspect. And we will be able to do that kind of thing.
Sure, if you want to look at it in a binary fashion, positive and negative, but it's also going to be insanely strange. Like, it's not going to be as simple as there'll be people that are living in
Seems strange once it's first reported. If it's been reported now for 5 years and people are constantly doing it, you won't find it that strange.
It'll just be life. Yeah. So that's what I'm asking. Like, when you think about the implementation of this technology to its fullest, what does the world look like? What does the world look like in 2016?
I mean, the kind of things that you can imagine right now, we'll be able to do. And it might seem strange when it first happens, but when it happens for the millionth time, it won't seem that strange. And maybe you're like being an eagle for a few minutes.
It's certainly interesting. Certainly interesting. I just wonder how much time you spent thinking about what this world looks like with the full implementation of the kind of exponential growth in technology that would exist if we do make it to us.
Well, I did write a book, Danielle, and this young girl has fantastic capabilities. No one really can figure out how she does this. She actually takes over China at age 15, and she brings about, she makes it a democracy, and she actually becomes president at 19. She has, of course, created a constitutional amendment that she can become president at 19.
Sounds like what a dictator would do.
Right, but unlike a dictator, she's very popular, and she writes very good music.
And this one artificial intelligence creature?
Yes.
And how was she created?
It never says that she gets these capabilities through AI. I didn't want to spell that out, but that would be the only way that she could do this.
Right. Unless some insane freak of genetics.
And she's like a very positive person. She's very popular.
Yeah, but she's the only one that has that. Yeah. Right. She doesn't give it to everybody. Which is where it gets really weird. If you have a cell phone, I have a cell phone. Pretty much everybody has one now. What happens when everybody gets the kind of technology we discussed?
Well, it shows you the benefit that she has it. And if everybody gets it, that would be even more positive.
Perhaps, yeah. I mean, that's the best way of looking at it, that we become a completely altruistic, positive, beneficial to each other society of
that is
created minds.
a benefit. If you have more intelligence, you'd be more likely to do this.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. That's the benefit.
Yeah. So we live longer, and we're also smarter and making more rational decisions towards each other.
So overall, when you're looking at this, you just don't concentrate really on the negative possibilities.
Well, no, I mean, I do focus on that as well.
What do you think overall is net positive?
Yes, it's called intelligence. If you have more intelligence, we'll be doing things that are more beneficial to ourselves and other people.
Do you think that the experiences that we're having right now,
I mean, like right now, we have much less crime than we did 50 years ago. If you listen to people debating presidential politics, they'll say crime is worse than ever. But if you look at the actual statistics, it's gone way down. And if you actually go back like a few hundred years, crime and murder and so on was far, far higher than it is today. It's actually pretty rare. So the kind of additional intelligence that we've created is actually good for people. If you look at the actual data.
Sure, if you look at Stephen Pinker's work, right, scale it 100 plus years ago to today, things are generally always seem to be moving in a better direction.
Well, Pinker didn't credit this technology. He just looks at the data. It's got this out there.
Introducing the
I'm
incredible
trying to do it in more technology. We're actually do you feel it's a functional technology? Absolutely. Look at this technology. In 80 years, we've multiplied the amount of computation 20 quadrillion times. So we have things that didn't exist 2 years ago.
Right. When you think about the idea of life on Earth and that we are on this journey to 2025 in the singularity, do you consider whether or not this is happening elsewhere in the universe or whether it's already happening?
Yeah, we've seen no evidence that there's any form of life, let alone intelligent life, anywhere else. People. It is possible. It seems, I mean, given the exponential impact of this type of technology, over a large period of time. So some people that might be ahead of us could be ahead of us certainly thousands of years, even millions of years. So they'd be like way ahead of us. And they'd be doing galaxy-wide engineering. How is it that we look out there and we don't see anybody doing galaxy-wide engineering?
Maybe we don't have the capability to actually see. I mean,
yes, it's
the universe is, what's the 13.7 billion years old or whatever it is?
But even incidental capabilities would affect galaxies. We would see that somehow.
Would we, if we were at peak, if there is intelligent life in the universe, some form of that intelligent life has to be the most advanced. And what if we are underestimating our position? We are.
So that's what I'm saying.
Because maybe there's something that's like 10 years. Maybe there's an industrial age.
I think that's a good argument that we are ahead.
Right. But we don't have the capability of observing the goings on of a planet 5,000 light years away. We can't see into their atmosphere. We can't look at high resolution video of activity on that planet.
Yeah, if they were doing galaxy-wide engineering, I think we would notice that.
If they were more advanced than us, maybe we would. But what if they're not? What if they're at the level that we're at?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
What if we're at the peak and this is like this?
I think it's an argument that we are at the peak.
What if it gets to the point where artificial intelligence gets implemented and that becomes the primary form of life and it doesn't have the desire to do anything in terms of like galactic engineering?
But even just incidental things would affect whole galaxies.
Like what things? Like we're doing? Are we affecting the whole galaxy?
No, that's, yeah.
Right, but what if it's like us, but it gets to the point where it becomes artificial intelligence, and then it doesn't have emotions, it doesn't have desires, it doesn't have ambitions, so why would it decide to expand?
Why would it not have those things?
Well, we'd have to program it into it, but it would probably decide that that's foolish, and that those things have caused all these problems. All the problems in human race. What's our number one issue? War. What is war caused by? It's caused by ideologies, it's caused by acquisition of resources, theft of resources, violence.
Or it's not the primary thing that we motivated by.
It's not the primary thing we're motivated by, but it's existed in every single step of the way of human existence.
But it's actually getting better. I mean, look at the effect of war.
Sure.
I mean, we have a couple of wars going on.
Right. My point is that if artificial intelligence recognizes that the problem with human beings is these emotions, and a lot of it is fueled by these desires, like the desire to expand, the desire to acquire things, the desire to achieve.
Emotion is positive, but music
to us. But if it gets to the point where artificial intelligence is no longer stimulated by mere human creations, creativity, all these systems, why would it even have the ambition to do any sort of galaxy-wide engineering? Why would it want to?
You just said it because you thought other people.
It is based on us until it decides it's not based on us. That's my point. If it realizes that, like, if we're based on a very violent chimpanzee, and we say, you know what, there's a lot of what we are because of our genetics that really are a problem, and this is what's causing all of our violence, all of our crime, all of our war. If we just step in and put a stop to all that, will we also put a stop to our ambition? We are moving away from that, but that's just natural, right? That's natural with our understanding, our mitigations of these social problems.
So if you expand that even more, we'll be even more in that direction.
As long as we're still weak. But as soon as you become something different, why would it even have the desire to expand? If it was infinitely intelligent, why would it even want to physically go anywhere? Why would it want to? What's the reason for our motivation to expand? What is it? It's human. So the same humans that were tribal creatures that roamed, the same humans that stole resources from neighboring villages. This is our genes, right? This is what made us, that got us to this point. If we create a sentient artificial intelligence far superior to us, and it can create its own version of artificial intelligence, the first thing it's going to engineer out is all these stupid emotions that get us in trouble. Well, if it just can create happiness and joy from programming, why would it create happiness and joy through the acquisition of activities, art, music, all those things? And then why would it have any ambition at all to travel? Why would it want to go anywhere?
I mean, it's an interesting philosophical problem.
Right, it is a problem because a lot of what we are, the things that we create, is because of all these flaws, you'd say. If you were programming us, you'd say, well, what is the cause of all these issues that plague the human race? Murder is a flaw. Isn't it a flaw?
But that's way down.
Right, but it's
technology moves ahead.
If it happens to you, it's a flaw. And if crime is a flaw, all these theft is a fraud. Those are flaws. If we could engineer those out, what would be the way that we do it? Well, one of the things to do is get rid of because what it is corrupt people that go down these terrible paths and cause harm to other people, right?
You're taking a step there.
Emotion is some of the flaw. No, I'm not. I'm saying that it's the root of these flaws. That greed and envy and lust and anger are the root. Yeah, okay. Let's go back. Come back.
If I had an answer to that. I mean, I think about myself now. When I have emotions, they're positive emotions. Maybe getting up on a song, a picture, or some new art form that didn't exist in the past. That's positive. That's what I live for. Relating to another person in a way that's intimate. So, I mean, the idea, if we're actually more intelligent, is not to get rid of that, to actually enjoy that to a greater extent.
Oh. What I'm saying is that,
yes, the things that can go wrong, if I lead us in an incorrect direction.
I'm not even saying it's wrong. I'm not saying that it's going to go wrong. I'm saying that if you wanted to program away some of the issues that human beings have in terms of what keeps us from working with each other universally, all over the globe. What keeps us from these things?
We're actually doing that more than we used to.
But also not. They're also like massive. Mining cobalt, sticks, power cell phones. There's a lot of real problems. There's a lot of stuff. And if you look at all of those problems, on this is biological built-in genetic codes that we have that are from our ancestors because we haven't right. But when we get there, you think we will be a better version of a human being, and we will be able to experience all the good, the positive aspects of being a human being, the art, the creativity, and all these things. I hope so.
What the human beings have done already. And it seems that way.
It does seem that way to me. It does overall, but it's also like, it's really going to challenge me. We're moving in a generally positive direction.
Why do we want to continue moving in this same direction?
Yeah, I don't think that
it's not a guarantee. You can describe things as
yeah. It could be the end of the right? Or it could be the beginning of the next race. It's new thing.
well, I mean, when I was born, we created.
Hey, Bobby. Bobby, you pimps. What up? Bobby. How you living, baby? You just see me rock out. What's new? What's good in the hood, baby? Hell yeah. You ready for tonight, big dog? Oh, you like me? In T-minus 7 hours. Well, dog, then you better wake your ass up early to play. That's all I got to say to you. Or stay up all night. Do something. What do you want me to do? I gotta go where the people are. Unless you can give me a shitload of this bitch in the middle of the night. I don't know what you want me to do. All right, Bob. All right, here we go. I'm going to give you 100 songs. And we're going to see how many you get. I'm testing out what works. Yeah, 100 fucking songs. You have nothing better to do. Here we go. This is number 1. In 3, 2, 1. What song? It was okay. Well, I'll make it a little easier for you. Okay, here's number 2. Just one moment. Just one moment. Let me turn down everything else. All right, Bobby. It's dead fucking silent in here. All right, next up. What's the song? Don't worry, I'll get you. I'll hook you up, baby. No worries. Absolutely. You're 100%. And I'm going to keep you company for the next 7 hours. We're going to do nothing but play games, and you're going to get shit-faced, and we're going to entertain the world, and we're going to bring about world peace. We're going to try. So go get your fifth of whiskey. And okay, before you go, Fabi, before you go, just one moment, because I want to make sure that you can hear this. And I can work on the sound while you're gone, if needed. So have you ever seen me do trivia?
Yeah, briefly.
Okay.
I think I woke up to it once. Like you were playing it with PMU, and
Oh yeah, that's right.
it was a long time ago.
That's correct. So I do that, but then I also do. I want to open it up to more sound things, and people like music. And so what I'm going to do is see if this works. So I want to make sure that the volume is good though, because obviously if it doesn't.
I think what it might be an idea. I don't know how you do your stream right now. You could set up OBS.
Hello, good players. I am Soros, your host.
Here's the thing though, OBS doesn't go through Telegram.
I have done it. It has worked for me.
Do you have administrative privileges?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Oh, I don't. That's why. Wait, you need administrative privileges, and I've never asked for them.
But what I have done is like I used it as a source for the video, the OBS, and as well the audio.
Well, I can share my screen in here. I know what you're saying though.
Yeah.
You directly tie into OBS, which is definitely a thought. I could certainly look into that. Okay, so this would be the volume. Let me see if you can hear it, Fabi. What up, JH? Here we go. JH, can you hear them songs?
No, I can't. You can tell there's like echo in the background. That's all it's quiet.
I gotcha. That's why I'm asking. Okay. Let's see. Let me try. Can you hear that? Like, I don't know if it's. I think it might be where the microphone is located on here. You can hear me speak, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's good. I'm going to pull it up in a second. Let's try it now. Can you hear it now?
It says something play it, but it's quiet. It is distinguishable. It's very faint in the background. But I can figure it out.
Absolutely. Fabi, go get your fifth and come back. How are you, JH? There you go. That works.
What are you guys trying to listen to, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, no, we don't mind at all. Like a music quiz for tonight. We have, well, the main categories are arts, science, entertainment, history, geography, and general. And I want to give the quiz perhaps another level of depth by integrating music and or like television themes or something. And I think I won't have an issue with it tonight because I'll be able to move the microphone directly over where I need it to be. But as of right now, I run into the issue that the microphone currently streaming in Telegram is not very good on that phone. So I think though on my iPhone it's a little better. If it's not, I can adjust if needed.
That's a pretty cool concept though.
Yeah, I want to keep people on their toes so like they get questions, but then they also get audio questions, which is like, who the fuck has all this shit going? I'm gonna literally be like, you're gonna get sick of me saying it. I'm live on 34 different platforms and 150 different accounts. You can view me on 5 different YouTubes, 5 different Instagrams, 5 different all that. In addition to that, look, can you see? Oh shit, hold on. I've got 1, 2, 3. Can you see I've got 4 different tablets?
Yeah, I see them.
So I've got access to tons of questions. And if one of the issue, it's like, well, Rabbi, why do you have so many fucking devices? I had them for other reasons, but mainly to stream on Twitch at one point. But in the meantime, I use them. Like sometimes, you know, tablets get disconnected or shit happens where you're unable to load the question immediately. And yeah, exactly. And I don't want to have to wait. So I have multiple devices that are doing exactly the same thing. Now,
I like every single one of the categories so far.
I think, well, that's good. Oh my god, this thing is such a piece of shit. Oh man, what is this? This fucking I bought these Alexa Fires or Amazon Fires like several years ago. And it was the first device I ever had that had some really shitty features. The first one was you could pay, I wanted to buy a bunch of these things at once, and they were like really pretty cheap for a tablet. They're like $49 or something. And the only thing for which I wanted them is to stream on Twitch. And because they were made by Amazon and Amazon owns Twitch, they were supposed to, this is like 3 years ago, be really nice for streaming on Twitch. Well,
it's supposed to be compatible, right?
Yeah, and
they were supposed to be.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. And it doesn't work that well, and so I didn't use them for a long time. Now, what was interesting about this device that will be more common, I'm already seeing it being more common in things, is that when you bought it, you could buy an advertised version or an advertised list version. I think the ones with advertisers were like $10 less or something like that. And I was buying so many of them, I didn't really care if it had advertising or not. It was like, whatever. So these devices, when they're being used, have this really interesting function that they show advertising. And then also, the interesting thing about them is they're on a different platform, basically. They're on the Amazon platform, which absolutely no one knows how to use. I mean, like, I can tell you exactly. Amazon has its own browser. I bet you've never heard of it. I'm sure no one has. It's called Silk. Amazon Silk. Exactly. But you would think a company. Exactly. You would think a company as large as Amazon, you would at least know like what their browser was. You know, Mozilla has Firefox and Google has Chrome and Apple has Safari and Microsoft has like Edge and Internet Explorer. You know this. These are big companies. But for Amazon to have... Bing is still a thing. Yeah, that's Microsoft.
I used to use that back then.
Bing is actually arguably better than Google now because it has Bing Copilot, which integrates AI into your search results. Google's, I don't.
Like having the different aspects of different search engines, because one search engine only gives you like a certain amount of results from a cumulative like perspective, from global perspective, that is, as opposed to different search engines kind of give you more of a global perspective.
Yeah, I used to use Google like everyone, but I have had to go to DuckDuckGo and Bing and some others just to get some of the results that I used to get through Google that you can no longer get. You sound very far away. I don't know if that's mine or yours. I barely hear something about localized search in New York. There you go. There you go. That's a lot better. Whatever you just did, it's much clearer now. So this device is literally, I don't even know how to use aspects of it. I know it's spying on me like a motherfucker, though. All right, come on, you shitbag. No other devices. Try Alexa discover device or go to Alexa app to add devices. I can't because this thing sucks.
You're just trying to fix the volume, but
Yeah, I don't understand it. They have this like mode on it that is called the picture mode, which I guess is nice, but it shouldn't be as prominent a feature. Basically, when the tablet is off, it'll cycle through your pictures like a digital frame. And I can't get that mode off, so I can't get into using the device that I need. And it's a pain in the ass right now. And I have to wait. So these things are called Amazon Fires. I don't even think they make them anymore. If they do, they're a joke. They were basically Amazon's answer to the Barnes & Noble Nook, if you remember that back in the day.
yeah, that was a few years back.
Right. And, or like, I guess their answer to the Nook was the Amazon Kindle, and the Fire was the answer to the iPad, but it just was absolutely underpowered to perform that kind of function. Like, this thing sucks. That's why they were basically giving them away on Amazon a few years ago for like $50 each. And all I needed them to be was just a camera. And so I thought, all right, random trivia. Okay, so we've got that. So I'm not too worried about the microphone on that device. We're waiting on my man. Bobby. All right, just a moment. I gotta go to the bathroom. This is Ray Kurzweil.
We still have
Joe Rogan.
That didn't exist like 100 years ago. It didn't exist 80 years ago.
Yeah.
So that is something that concerns me. And you could do the same thing with the artificial intelligence. It could also create something that would be very negative.
What I'm getting at is, like, what do you think life looks like if it's engineered? What do you think human life looks like if it's engineered by a far superior intelligence? And what would change about what it means to be a person?
I mean, first of all, we would base it on what human beings are already. So we'd become better versions of ourselves. For example, we'd be able to overcome life-threatening diseases. We're actually working on that, and that's going to go into high gear very soon.
Yes, but that's still being a human being. If you're implementing large-scale artificial intelligence, you're essentially a superhuman. You're a different thing. You're not what we are. You're going. If you have the computational
Well, if
power,
you're superhuman, you have the human being as part of it.
for now. But this is the thing. It's like if you're engineering this artificial intelligence, and you're engineering this with essentially a superior life form, it's going to look at it logically. It's going to look at the issues that human beings have logically and say, well, we don't do that. This is the problem. This is what we do in the primates, and we're not that intelligent. Like, who cares what the movie's like? It's just a thing that's tricking your body, pretending that it's involved in drama, but it's not really.
Well, you're making certain assumptions about what we create.
No, I'm speaking of an assumption.
I mean, in my mind, we would want to create better music, and better art, and better relationships.
Well, the relationship should be all perfect eventually, if we keep going in this general direction.
Well, it's not perfect. I mean,
but if you get artificial intelligence where we're all reading each other's minds and everyone's working towards the same goal.
Well, no, you can't read each other's minds.
Never?
We can create, yes, we can create privacy that's virtually unbreakable. You can keep the privacy to yourself.
But can you do that as technology scales upward? If it continues to be, it's difficult, like your phone. Like anyone can listen to your phone. I mean, anyone who has a significant technology.
Well, actually, it has pretty good technology already. You can't really read someone's phone.
You definitely could. Yeah, if you have Pegasus, you could hack into your phone easily. Not hard at all. The new software that they have, all they need is your phone number. All they need is your phone number, and they can look at every text message you send, every email you send. They can look at your camera. They can turn on your microphone.
We have ways of keeping total privacy. If it's not built into your phone now, it will be.
Right, but it's definitely not built into your phone now. With the security people that really understand the capabilities of intelligence agencies, they 100% can listen to your phone. 100% can turn on your camera. 100% can record your voice.
Yes and no. I mean, we have an ability to keep total privacy in a device.
But from who? You can keep privacy from me because I don't have access to your device. But if I was working for an intelligence agency and I had access to a Pegasus program, I am in your device. Now I'm talking to people that
because it's not perfect. We can actually build much better privacy that exists today.
But the privacy that we have today is far less than the privacy that we had before we had a phone.
I don't really quite agree with that.
How so? If you didn't have a phone, okay, and you were at home having a conversation, a sensitive conversation about maybe you didn't pay as much taxes as you should, there's no way anybody would hear that. But now your phone hears that. If you have an Alexa in your home, your Alexa hears you say that. People have been charged with crimes because Alexa heard them committing murder.
We actually know how to create perfect privacy in the phone. The phone doesn't have that.
But it's not just an imperfection, it's sort of built into the program itself, because that's what the algorithm is. It has access to the data. It has access to all of what you're interested in, what you like, what you don't like. You can't opt out of it, especially you. You've got a Google phone. That thing is just a net scooping up information.
We know how to build perfect privacy.
How did we do it?
I mean, if it's not built into your phone now, it should be.
Unless they don't want it to be built in there because there's an actual business model in it not being built in there.
Okay, but it can be done, and if people want that, it will happen.
But you recognize the financial incentive in not doing that, right? Because that's what a company like Google, for instance, that's where they make the majority of their money is from data. Or a lot of their money, I should say.
Well, I mean, there's actually a lot of effort that goes into keeping what's on your phone private. It's not that easy.
Private from some people, but not really private. It's only private until they want to listen. And now the capability of listening to your phone is super easy.
Not really.
No? With the Pegasus program, it's very easy.
Well, that has to do with imperfections in the way phones are created.
Right, but I think it's a feature. I think part of the feature is that they want as much data from you and knowing about what you're doing, what you're talking about. Have you ever had a conversation with someone and you see an ad for that thing on Google? It happens.
Yes, but
so something's going on where it's listening to your conversations. It's picking up on keywords.
It's not picking up on everything.
Not yet. Well, it's not unless it wants to. Like I said, if they're using a program, an intelligence program, to gather information from your phone, it is. And you're basically, you got a little spy that you carry around with you everywhere you go. Unless you're using,
if you think that's a major issue, we could build phones that are possible to spy on.
Maybe. But if we did, well, there are some phones that like graphene. Do you know about that? Do you know about people that they take a Google phone and they put a different Linux-based operating system on it? Makes it much more difficult to track, and there's multi-levels of protection. There's a bunch of phones that are being made that are security phones. But, we lose access to apps, we lose access to a lot of the features that people rely on when it comes to phones. GPS, they're easy to find, right? So you lose that privacy. They want to know where Ray's phone is. They've got you tracked everywhere you go.
It's complicated. If this were a major issue, we could definitely overcome that.
I think it's a major issue, but I don't think it's a major concern for most people. But it's because they reap the benefits of it. Like the algorithm is specifically tailored to but you can't opt out of it unless you just decide to get a flip phone. But even if you do, they figure out where you are to triangulate you from cell phone towers.
We give up certain things to get the benefits of phones.
Yeah, we do.
A great concern. We could overcome that, but we know how to do that.
Yeah, if people agree that the benefit of overcoming that outweighs the loss in the financial loss that you would have with not having access to everybody's data and information.
Well, that you're giving up a certain type of data that you want, certain type of capability that you could buy, and so they can have
Bobby, you sex machine. How are you, baby?
It's also easy to hack.
Excellent. All right. Hell yeah, baby. Enjoy yourself. Tell me if you can hear this. Cool. Eiffel's. We'll look it up. Eiffel 65. Eiffel 65. Very good. Correct. These are all 90s songs. Can you hear these songs? Pardon me?
From the game itself,
There's like in the middle, there's elevator music. There's like a popular song and then elevator music. A popular song and elevator music. Kiss from a rose. Hey, Fabi. Fabi, can I sing karaoke for you?
Yes, of course.
Excellent. All right. So let's see how this can go. You know what kind of music I like? I love soul music. Like soul music, like Motown, Temptation, soul. Like Motown, The Temptations, like there's Blue-Eyed Soul. I love Brown-Eyed Soul. What kind of music is that? It's like The Temptations, The Supremes, the Commodores, the Four Tops. Do you know any of these bands?
No, I have not heard of them.
You've never heard of the Four Tops? Do you know who Stevie Wonder is?
Yeah, he's Steve Land.
Yeah. So let's see if this works. All right, I'm gonna try it. Just one moment. This is very nice, but that's not what we wanted. That's not what we wanted. Okay. And I'm going to get it so actually you get better sound. I'm going to test the sound actually with you right here. So this is good. This is excellent actually for me to test all this stuff. Okay, we're going to get into the Telegram. Oh, yeah. And we're going to jump in here. Now, I'm going to test the sound right now. Here is version 1. It's like when you're at the ophthalmologist and they test, like, what's better, version 1 or version 2? Version 1. Okay, so this is version 1. I recognize that's not very good sound quality. This is version 2. Okay, here's version 2. This one's better. Exactly. Is this one better?
The second version was better.
Okay, good. All right. Then we can actually test this. This quiz. Let's try this quiz, actually. Hey, James, how are you?
Very good today, Rabbi.
Excellent to hear. What are you doing tonight? You want to be my co-host?
I will be a trivia for sure.
Excellent. Will you co-host?
I'm going to get terrible co-host.
Oh, okay. Then you're going to be a player.
But yes, I will be there. I'm looking forward to it.
Excellent. So, in addition to the music, or in addition to the questions that I asked, I was just in here thinking of a music quiz, and we can test it out right now. And I want to, like, it's difficult with music because you got like a ton of variables. It's got to load, you're playing it on something that's copyrighted, all kinds of things. But we're gonna try it. All right. So these are greatest hits of like history, and the sound is much better on this one.
Yes.
Excellent. I was hoping so. Excellent. Here we go.
Hello, quiz players. I am Flourish, your host here on the Quiz Channel, and it's time for our biggest quiz ever, the 100 Greatest Hits Music Quiz. Get ready for 30 minutes of quiz fun and great music. I hope you have a great time playing the quiz, and to support the channel, please subscribe.
All right, so this is number one. What song is that? What's the name of the song? Thriller. 1 for 1. I'm going to give you that one, Bobby. This is question 2.
Doors.
Correct. What song? You got it. Next up. Number 3.
Who was the last song? I know who it was, but I forgot the wrong song.
Apologies. That's my job, and I'm not being paying attention. Dire Straits, Sultans of Swing.
I don't know this band.
They're an 80s band. That's correct. It is. No woman, no cry, Bob Marley. Bruno Mars. It is. Uptown Funk. Mark Ronson and Bruno Mars. That's correct. So, do you guys like this kind of a quiz? I can always pause it. I was just kind of just doing it as quickly as I could. Excellent. Okay, so then we can perhaps add that to. All right. Guess the song. Yeah. Well, you know, everybody's really smart until they're asked a question. And once they're asked a question, that's when you start to forget everything. That's when your mind goes blank. That's when, you know, you're like, oh, I used to know this, or I can't believe I don't know this. Okay, here's another one. Let's see how this is. These are all 90s songs. No. These new ones are all 90s songs. Hanson and Bob. Red Hot Chili Peppers. Under the Bridge. Under the Bridge. What did you say, Bobby?
When people answer the song, you should add the song tag a little bit because people are actually listening to the song.
Well, I can't do that. It's a video. Yeah. So it's just like a limited amount of time. going through these manually. That takes too long. Like in order for it to cut from song to song to song, like as quickly as we are, in a part where the song is random, and then a part where they say the lyrics, that can't be done currently with modern available technology live. If it can, I'd love to see it. Basically, what I'm trying to say is something on Spotify that you go next song, next song, next song, next song, and it takes you to a part of the song that you have to guess, and then also plays the refrain or the chorus. I don't know of anything that does that. That's why I have to use pre-created videos. So I know what you're saying. Play the song longer. I can always play the song longer. If somebody's like, oh my God, I have to hear What Is Love, then we can. But I'm just making you aware with this video system that I have. It plays like 5 seconds of for you to guess. Then you have 6 seconds to guess, and then it plays another 5 seconds of the song, something like that. It's What Is Love by Hathaway. This is number 16. Ponies, correct. Who's the artist? Genuine. It is YouTube. One. That's correct. All right, so this works pretty well. Ducky, how you doing, girl? Ducky, come on up. We're playing a game. It's trivia. It's actually Name That Tune. We're doing 90s songs. So if you know 90s music, but that wouldn't work for you. Let's go back to more modern music. How are you, Ducky?
Hey, Rabbi, I'm good. Just wanted to say hey.
Excellent. Okay, so in T-minus 6 hours or so, 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern, I'm hosting trivia on Twitter Spaces. It's going to be huge. I'm going to make it a huge deal. We're going to do Name That Tune. We're going to do trivia. I'm going to do it for at least a couple hours. We're going to have a ton of people there. We've got Bobby here who's getting drunk for 6 hours beforehand. So that's going to be really exciting. He's pounding it down. Absolutely. So then we've got quizzes, all kinds of quizzes. Here, let's do movie theme songs. Let's see if you can do movie theme songs. So just one moment.
Yada yada like exploding wheels. Join Metro for nada yada yada.
All right. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Name the movie theme. Star Wars is correct. Next up, name the movie theme. Here we go. What did you say?
It's a Superman song.
That's a Superman song, that's right. Exactly. All right, so that seems to work. And we've also got like 270,000 trivia questions to use. All right, so tonight is going to be a huge deal. Why? I haven't hosted trivia formally for this really ever, like the way that I'm going to do it. I've got 4 different devices on which to use for quizzes alone. We're live on 34 different channels, 34 different platforms, 150 different channels. Like you'd be able to watch this anywhere you want. We're going to use the main Harry Potter of Amasonic 10 Inu channel, account that has that has like 50,000 followers, so that we're going to have a ton of people